Hello, one sec. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/talksabouttoo. And if you're watching on YouTube and you like what you see, maybe leave a like, maybe leave a comment, maybe leave a little subscribe. And if you don't like to see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, guys. How you doing? Let me get the music switched and all that. Alright. There we go. Let me get everything done. Anyway, how you guys doing? And you can hear me, right? I hope. How you doing? Cool. Just always gotta check, because you never know. Alright. Get the game up and rolling. And there we go. I didn't like this one. Alright. So, I hope you guys are doing well. As we can see, I'm still on the grind for getting all of this kind of cleared out. I'm glad to hear you're doing great. That is amazing. I have food, right? I have some food. I'm glad to hear you're doing good as well, so let's just adjust the music through. There we go. As you can see, I've been working on the, obviously missed one up here. But I've been working on clearing these out. That's what I was doing yesterday. I'm going to probably want to do more, because I just need, like, there's not that much left, right? I say to myself, I mean, there really isn't. Tree-wise, I only have, like, those trees, and then I'd remove all the maybe, but... And then other than that, I think I just have to get the, try and light up caves, and then we'll have a semi-working farm. It'll be the absolute, like, nice. Fair enough, fair enough. There's a dumb Enderman. Alright. I probably should kill that guy, not because he did bad or anything, just because I don't want to die, and I feel like he probably would go after me. Hello, Dragon! I do not see... That's not exactly what happened. How you doing, Dragon? I got the bot you wanted me to. Got the Sari bot. Up and rolling. Gonna do that. Alright, anyway. As I said, I do think I want to get the, this area done. More. And just finish it. I think that was the last one of that. Nope, there's one more. There we go. That's the last one. And then I'll get the last trees. There's only a few left, and then it'll be amazing. Fair enough. I think it's more like I gave you guys an important warning about a certain word just so that you wouldn't accidentally use it. You You know the meme of the word where people go, oh, it means cute and funny. But it doesn't. That was a recommended name for something. And I just... Oh, dear. How do I... Yes, that's the word, dragon. Exactly. And I just was like, that is not something to recommend. And as a dragon, if Dragon really was curious, he could look it up himself. Which he did. But, yeah. I mean... All I did... Yeah. I just was like, I am not naming something that, and yeah. That's pretty much how it went. As far as my side was, as far as I was concerned, and then it's just like, oh, lovely. Yeah. As I said, probably. Numbskull would be a good one. Or just in general. And the music did not get... You know, sometimes the music just doesn't get... Skipping that song. Thank you. So just played it. It just got stuck. So we're not gonna do that. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah. No. At least not in polite society. That'll get you in trouble. So that's why I was just like going, just know what you're saying before you yeah. No, I have not. This was just a refresh of yesterday of no. Well, that's what it was, and I'm just saying it's not for polite society. That I think we can agree on. Hey, how you doing, Sky? Oh, crap. And I fell. Because, of course, that's the one it was all connected to. Even though it clearly wasn't. Anyway. Point being, all I was saying is, yeah, it's a rude word. It's called naivete is a dangerous thing sometimes. I really don't think I am. I don't know that much, just like, I just know some things where I'm like, I hear it enough to be like I just, like, go online enough. You're just like, why? Plus, I feel like that one's kind of obvious if you think of another word that basically means the same thing. That one's a... Yeah. I mean, it's a unique perspective. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And you know, it's true. Yep. That is exactly it. Always double check if you're not entirely certain. Especially if you're thinking it is as a not real word. Because sometimes it is. And sometimes it's going to leave you feeling very, very awkward. Yeah. And so it's better to just have at least some idea in advance, just so that it doesn't cause you grief later on. It's just one of those ones where it's like, technically on its own, yeah, no, it's not that big a deal. It's just... Hello, Thomas. How you doing? I'm the one that most needs that lesson. Right here. But yeah. Some things you just got to be careful about. Alright, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna see if I can't get any more slime. I'm basically slowly clearing out a little space here that I can... I'm concerned that I still don't have enough, yeah. Well, it's more along the lines of... Sometimes just in case, check a word. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world, because, you know, I mean, not knowing it, specifically. But if you're not sure... Especially if maybe it sounds a little... Just double check. I mean, that's all I'm realizing, honestly, with that. Oh, he despawned. Alright. I'm just gonna try to see if I can't get a little bit more slime. After all, I'm here anyway. I would shoot the Enderman, but I mean, you know what happens if you shoot an Enderman. Get him to do it. See, he just teleports away. He didn't get even hit. I mean... It's impressive, but... Yeah. That'd be hilarious, but they don't do that. I mean, that'd be amazing. Oh, yeah. Did you see the news of the Minecraft news of the day? I found myself thinking, huh, it seems like a response to the backlash of the movie, but who knows, maybe not. Well, they announced that they've canceled the mob vote. They won't be doing it ever again. The mob vote is no more. So I'd argue decent news, at least. Yes. Like I said, I found myself thinking, I wonder, like, with the way that they've also said that they're going to just be releasing more frequently updates and stuff as well, and I'm just left with, how bad was the backlash to the movie that they felt like they needed to get goodwill that fast? You know? They basically had indicated beforehand they had, like, no intention, you know? Of getting rid of the mob vote, and all of a sudden, Oh, I don't disagree. Well, not the 24/7 thing, Dwayne. You can't make someone do that. But I do agree it's pointless. Because overall, it just... In theory, eventually they're gonna, at least, maybe... Like, if they really are going to release the mobs eventually anyway, right? eh. So to me, I'm just left with it. It is kind of silly to be like having the vote. It's like all that really means is that you're basically removing the chance to get other things because you have to choose to vote for one thing. Rather than eventually getting all three, maybe it's slower, you know? I mean, you can go with it. It can be slower. But it can happen. Whereas my vote, it kind of... Oh, there's a bug. Okay, I need to eat. I need food. I mean, there's a drowned over there, but there's not really much that they can do about it. I might need to light that up. What? That was amazing. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go sleep. There's nothing wrong with these mobs, but it's raining and that's gonna be annoying later. Asleep. Oh. Sure. I don't think that's gonna... I just honestly think the one thing that's probably the bad thing is that it ultimately kind of proves there will probably not be an end update. Boom. I mean, I'm playing the game, but sure, I'll look at what you've picked. You know what? Sure. There you go. I voted. Probably not what you were hoping for. But, yeah, I honestly think, I mean, well, probably a good thing. The way they're suggesting they're going to be doing the updates, maybe not the best. Just for those that were hoping for that end update, it's a wheeze, really. Was my answer that funny? But yeah, I don't know. I think it's mostly more good than bad. Honestly. And like I said, I feel like in part, it's just like... Oh, I got... I see. Well, it's because nobody wants to call me by Artaku because it's a pain in the butt to type out. I mean, let's be real. And say. I know it. I say this as the person who picked the name and has to type it out whenever I'm signing into something. I mean, it's fine. What did I just say? Like I said, it's... I feel like I just... You know what? It's fine. Anyway, but yeah, I know my names that I picked was kind of stupid long. And I like Artie too. I think it's fine. I'm just explaining why it would be that. That's all. Yeah. Crazy thought. Alright. I mean, I do the same thing, right? Like... Alright, let's just dump these in here for now. Honestly, I don't think it's... Like I said, I don't think it's a bad thing, you know? Okay. Oof. Lovely. Hey. Smurfs. Do-do. And they gotta have their little mushroom village, and they gotta be singing, you know? I mean, I think most people just go with the art. Yep. Yes. And we also need Gargamel. The witches are Gargamel. They're like Gargamel. Have like the occasional witch that spawns, where their outfit's a little darker in color. And they shout out, they're looking for Smurfs. I forgot about Gargamel. You know, he kind of was the main antagonist, I guess, for this show. I never watched the movies. I only watched the original TV show. The original cartoon. So I got no idea about other than that. So... yeah. Probably. It makes sense. I mean, if you never have him show up, that would kind of be kind of concerning. Like I said, he was kind of, sort of important. Him and his cat. Go. I'm gonna remove this tree as well. Do you know, I wouldn't put past modern movies to be like, nah. He forgot he had a cat. This cat did the little kind of thing. It's always sad because it's always hungry. I mean, all the big bats at that time had like a cat. The irony is, if you think about it, it kind of shows at least that the bad guy, you know, cares about something. Nice. Fair enough. I mean, I'll acknowledge it's been many, many years, but you know, I mean, it was cute. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Gargamel couldn't really, because his whole thing is he's trying to like catch Smurfs not just for his dinner, but for his cats as well. So basically, and they didn't really have money for anything else, so yeah. That's why they were both always hungry. Because they weren't the best of hunters. You know? If you think back, like, that was really it. Like, and also when you consider that usually as far as, like, the show, there weren't really any other humans either. It really implies that, like, Gargamel got stuck in some magic forest. And, you know... I mean, it doesn't make him a good person or anything. It just does make him go, oh, ooh. Ooh. But maybe not the choice I would make, you know? It's that kind of thing. It's like, eh. I mean, I'm sure there was other food, dude. At the same time, it's like, yeah. But yeah. Kitty, what are you doing, honey? I can't see, baby. I literally made sure you had stuff. And I mean, obviously, also cats are always just hungry as well, but... i.e., the thing that's in front of me. And they're always begging for more food. But it's crazy, like, if you think about, like, a lot of the shows that were from that time period. I mean, obviously I'm not, but I still watch them, but... And, like, a lot of them had that, well... Yes, more specific. The evil dude would have his cat, you know? And you'd just be petting or whatever, usually in the background. Cat doesn't do much other than just... Oh, is it because I'm talking about cats? Is that why you're here? Hmm? Hmm? But, like... if you remember. And it does become... I mean, it's its own way, if you think about it, it kind of did humanize the villain. Hey, at least they could take care of their pet cat. Usually. But I mean, the point is a bad guy is a bad guy, you know? I mean, I can understand that with, like, a media like that. Even if you give them traits that are... you can kind of make it understandable kind of thing. You still don't want to go too far, because otherwise then it's just like... So... Like, are you just, like, you start wondering, I mean, what, are you just going to redeem this character eventually? Which, I mean, that usually is the case. I mean, like, again, like, thinking back to the whole Spider Riders, if you've ever seen that show. Or you had the grasshopper, and yeah, you literally had him get, like, super, like you find out he's doing the job because of his kids and his wife and da-da-da-da-da. And all of that. Like, again, Spider Riders was a crazy one, but... I'm just saying, like, if you remember, I think it was Commander Grasshopper, right? Like, you know when he starts his redemption arc, because they literally just, they start sharing, like, oh, he had his kids and his wife, and he was making sure they could survive in their horrible life. Like, the horrible life, the best of the life that they could have, because, well, their country was just crap. And he's decided that the reason why he's effectively, technically leaving, or he thinks that if he reappears, then he'll be like become considered a traitor, and then his wife and children would be. It's just like, it goes. It leaned heavy into that. Just so you know, yes, this character's about to be redeemed. Big time. And then it took like 5 more episodes. Or he just then finds out, oh, maybe the humans aren't bad guys after all. Maybe there's something else going on. could they sense me from... You know, that's something I don't really get. How could a zombie sense me from up here? I could understand, like, if it actually was, like, hit by an arrow, which that doesn't make it react. But, like, it doesn't know I'm here. But yeah. Like I said, I honestly think... You always knew. Even if it was just for a short amount of time that they were going to get redeemed, you know, eventually they're going to go back to being a bad guy. He's like, you always knew. Which I think is fair. Well, maybe you didn't. But you had to get leaned into enough to be like, yeah. I think that's a bogged down there. You can't sense me, yeah. The biggest problem is I'm not getting any slime. And I'm still not entirely certain why. But I'm wondering if there might be like a cave below hand or something. I'm thinking of digging down. Just to see, you know? Is the Enderman trying to get to me? Like... Is that what's going on? Do you think? The angry, but I don't know why. I mean, I could understand. I kind of looked at his face, but none of the others have reacted. Probably not. Otherwise, I'd have been hit before now. Slimes! Fastest way to find out, though, is... Eh? See, there's nobody coming towards me. In theory, they should be, though, right? Or he should be. Like, the whole reason I'm here... I mean, I know it's inefficient as... I will eventually. I promise. I'm just trying to get enough slime for, like, enough leads and everything and having a little extra afterward. Because I've got enough frogs at this point. I just need to move them at this point. That's what I'm currently working towards. I don't disagree, but I'd have to find a slime chunk. That's the biggest issue with that logic. I still haven't. Let me go toss these into a thing, and then I'll come back and get those arrows. Those super unique arrows. See, that's the thing. I've been trying to avoid those sites for the most part. I don't really want to rely on, like, chunk base and stuff. Because I feel like that's just... I mean... It's kind of... At this point, I am kind of tempted to go into them, not even for that, but instead because I kind of want to make... I really want to find a fortress. That would solve my problem as well. Shockingly. It might not sound like it, but it would. Because... No, I do get it. I might eventually just have to give up and do it, because it is getting a little ridiculous where I'm like, come on. The amount of work I'm doing just to... Well, I agree with that, except for the thing is, like, I've been looking for a fortress. That's why I'm saying I'm almost tempted for that. And what frustrates me is that it's in such a way that you're not... even if I go, like, right by it, I'm never going to know. Because if I'm on a different layer... Then, and this is kind of where I go with, I wish they would do maps. Alright, I'm not going to make more yet, because I need 9 frogs. Go on through. Come on through, little buddies. I need a couple of yous to go on through. You know what, first let's just see if we can't get... And that's where I've started really feeling lately, like... There is one, but you actually have to enter the fortress, that's the thing. Oh. Alright, you guys just need to be a little bit farther away so that you can't go back on through easily. Thank you. I'm gonna go get another couple. I need 9. The problem is, like I said, it's not so much that it's... That's 1. Can we get another, like, 2 or 3 through? 2... Come on. I should move the ones that are over there. You have to actually, like... Frustratingly enough... like, basically, like, walk on it. Just by, like, going near it, you're not necessarily going to find one. And that's kind of where I go with the whole, I feel like... I wish... And I'm now advocating for, like, this, like, I hope they do this for an update kind of thing, if they update structures at all. Ever. But I hope that for... If they do update structures... Then... What they'll do is... For the Nether Fortress, they'll add a lodestone, and you can occasionally find a compass for it. That is what I would like to see. That's what I advocate for at this point. Alright, so we have 6. Alright, I need another... Give me your buddy a second. I need you to step out. I don't know if you're... I only need 3 of you guys. I feel like it would make sense to do as well for a fortress, but it's just like... And make it, like, super rare. I'm not, like, saying that it has to be... Let me be clear. I don't think it has to be something like, Come on, guys. Alrighty. What do you guys want me to do tomorrow? Obviously, it's gonna be Minecraft, but what kind of Minecraft? Alright. That's what I'm saying, like, and I'm saying this as a, like, I'm looking at it as, this is something that, actively, like, a lot of people don't ever even succeed even slightly at. Evo Sky Factory? I'll think about it. Alright. Frog, come here. Come on, frog. Come on, frog. Thank you. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now for the long and frustrating walk back. Aha. Very funny. This is gonna be a long walk this way. Come here. Thank you. Alright. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at to me, is it's just like... I don't on its own think it's a bad thing to be like, oh, but you have to find the fortress. But at the same time, I feel like... Again, it's one of those things where you kind of... Unless you get lucky... Hello? Oh, don't go my way, buddy. Nice. I got the good food for a little bit. Alrighty. Oh yeah, that's been around since the Nether update came out. I know the first time I saw someone like showing that, they were like, that was quite funny. Alright, so now we need to be very careful here. Come on, guys. Who's stuck? You're stuck. Come on. Alright, now we're gonna have to be very careful to go along this side. You. Then we're just going to... Oh! No! Wait. Where did you come from? I think I might have an extra piglet, or... Yeah, I did wonder at the time. I was like, I feel like I have one missing. And I was like, you know, I'm probably wrong. I feel kind of bad, but at the same time I kind of don't, because it will kill me. I do agree. I'm trying to be very careful about this, but yeah, I use the sword. I hope I'm going the right way. I hope I have all my frogs. Not because, I need to count them. When I get over there, I'm going to need a fence. Oh wait, I might have a fence already. Come on, buddy. I know I saw there was an extra... Oh, I guess the frog came. I probably will. But right now, I'm just, like, getting all the frogs that I need over. But I'm not sure that they actually need a name. As they are. Because right now they're all in leads and stuff, and these frogs have been around for... These are bred frogs. Not a single one of these frogs is a wild-caught frog. Other than maybe 2 or 3. And doesn't this make you feel very, very nervous with that sound? Everywhere. But I probably will give them all a name before I release them. But I need so many frogs. Have I got all of you? I don't think I do, but we're going to find out in a minute. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. I should have 9. I'm gonna go find the other 2. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not against naming them. We could even call them all silly fellows if you want. Alright, which frog? Where did we lose the frogs? I know I lost them somewhere, but I couldn't figure out where. Probably at the beginning, because that's where it usually happens. Yep. Oh, hello. I need... Where's the... Okay, where are your... I need another lead. I'm gonna have to make the lead probably, but... There. You know... I was currently just going, you know, I don't need more of these guys, you know? But maybe I do. Oh. You can share a boat with a frog. He's like, no! Anything but that! Alright, we're just gonna put him out here. We'll give him a froggy friend, maybe. Alright, come on, guys. Guarantee one of you is gonna go in that boat. Yep. Anyway, I am going to have a total of 60 plus frogs. Or, well, just 60 frogs, but I might add more depending on how... I'm gonna have to kill the nuisances. Nothing against you guys, but... You... The frogs? Oh, I have a reason. You know what frog lights are, right? I also need to figure out how to... But, like, for now, as I've said, I'm just gonna do super manual on the farm. Yeah, you know what a frog light is, right? Although, maybe not. Also, I'm gonna have to run back because I left my boat for the... Or do you talk about the... Fair enough. So frog lights are a type of light that you can get from frogs eating magma cubes. It clearly was originally going to be fireflies, but nope. That could teach kids to hurt frogs by feeding them fireflies and... Some fireflies are poisonous to some frogs. So therefore, instead they eat like living magma. Because, you know, that's better. Anyway, they're really good looking lights. And I need them for my city. Because they've got like a look, they're... Yeah, kind of like prismarine lights. Actually, they look similar as well, kind of. Although the colorations are different. Alright. So... what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to stick one of the frogs on here really quickly. Let's say this frog, and then we're just going to take this frog. Hey, I clicked you once. We're going to go through. Check that I have him. We're going to run through. And down. Ah, speaking of, the kind I want especially. So they look like this. But there's 3 colors as well. So I need 20 of each kind of frog, no less. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I should just have that open for the moment. Because I'm going to keep coming through a second. But, yeah, that's what they... You know, I wish there was a way to, be able to just take the lead back. Or, like, choose a number of leads to take back. I feel like that would make some sense. Make sure I've got you. I don't have him. The question is, where did he get stuck? I hope he didn't get stuck in the nether portal, because then that'll be annoying. But he probably did. And I can't do anything. All the way back to here. So we could stick this on him, run him forward, and down. But yeah, I'm getting a whole bunch of each type of frog so that I'll have enough. I don't think I'm going to need that many, but I don't know. I like to have extra just in case. Alright. And then I think this is the guy that's extra. Actually, just occurred to me. I think that what I have to do is I have to click on the frog itself, and I'm feeling dumb. But, you know, beyond that, though, it's just like, I wish that I could just, like, take back the leads. And not have to turn it off the lead to put the lead back on and all that. Nope, I have to click the stupid thing. See, this is what I mean. Like, I feel like I should be able to just go, I only need 1 frog. For a second I was going to be like, you know, maybe I'm just stupid, but then, no, it's not that I'm stupid. It's that it really is that pain in the butt. Oh, he went up. Come on, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. next frog. I only have 5 left. There's that. Make sure he's through. My problem is I can't. I would otherwise. But basically on both sides, well, yes, technically this is Basalt Delta. It's Soul Sand Valley everywhere else. I'm literally like... Yeah. I wish. I mean, technically it looks like it's Basalt Delta, but there's like, no. There's skeletons everywhere and all that, and it just... Which I know is not the smartest move, but I was like, this is the only Basalt Delta, and I thought I was like, yeah, this will be fine. And then, you know, I already know my farm is like, but I'm too stubborn to do what I need to do, which is to have actually built the farm up on the roof. As apparently that is where I should have done it. But I just was like, I ain't doing that. Not at this point. Maybe I would have if I hadn't just already been like going, yeah, I just... But the thing is, that's also how this entire thing... And it's like the two ways that people like have farms, and so this is my own farm that is not going to work very well, but you know what, it's fine. But basically, yeah, the two ways that people apparently do it is they either build it in a bastion, which I haven't come across a bastion either. I've come across no nether fort like structures at all. Whatsoever. By the way, this is literally one wall in between me and gas. Just in case you're curious, but yeah, basically I need food, but beyond that, had effectively no way to just... And I was just kind of left with like, are you kidding me? And this is where I go, yeah, I should have probably just looked online first and foremost, but I just didn't wanna. You gotta do it like this, because otherwise you're just not consistent enough. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And as I've said, I might just set up, by the way, more of these. I like the idea of kind of having a whole row, maybe. Oh, and there's another guy here. He's looking to go into the nether portal. Buddy, you don't want to go in the nether portal. Alright, so we have 2 of these guys. Hey, a full gold ingot. That's a rare one. Anyway, I'm no longer going to need to use this portal for, or this path for this. It's going to now just be slime. Oh, buddy. But yeah, like I said, I'm starting to think maybe what I want to do is go get the materials really quickly and just... Oh no, I was just saying the look. They're vending machines. So I was thinking maybe I want to add more vending machines, that's all. Sorry for making it not understandable. Oops, I did the wrong one there. Because the kind of idea is that this is a depot. Fine. My mom's probably asleep, and the cat is... who knows? Scrolled himself away somewhere. Yeah, I think a guy found his way through. Which means, yeah, I'm gonna have a zombie piglin on the other side. It's fine. And it's raining. No, just nothing here. Sometimes it's weird how it behaves. Anyway, our next batch of friends are probably down here to bring with. So there's that. Alright. I'm gonna go downstairs, I'm gonna go get more food, and I'm going to... other stuff. Here's our bot. I should build more of these at some point. I don't know. But I'm gonna need more, like, done first, probably. Anyway, I'm just trying to get the basis for the... farm done now. Plus, like I said, I need food. We have a little bit of pork, but the pork isn't going to be enough. Let me go grab some string. I need about 80 pieces. I think I have... we'll see how many... well, I need actually more than that, but... I can make the exact number of leads that I need. Except more, because I forgot it's 2. It's double what I need, but you know what? That's fine. I keep losing a bunch of these. So we're going to start with 20. You know, it's so easy to forget that it... but it works for me. It works for me. So I can do the orange. I'm gonna go repair my hoe a little bit. As long as I'm here. Yeah, maybe I should see how much I can get out of the... yeah, I want to see how much I can get out of the stove at this point. I've been cooking things pretty non-stop. But I need 2 things of chicken first. I don't think I have enough. I have anything else I can just cook, food-wise? I probably do. I have a bunch of pork. You know what? I'm gonna cook up some of that as well, because that's actually pretty good for, Oh, gosh. No, 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 no. Let me go sleep. Because I'm not stupid. Whew! We're not letting that happen. No, 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 no. Now I'll go deal with the food. Chicken first, just because I eat chicken mostly in the game, because it's just easy and I'll go get a lava bucket. And I didn't even realize I already had a bunch of chicken. Okay, that makes my life easier, but yeah. Letting that do its thing. Oh, I need to be on the hoe. Oh, I could have healed other things too. Yeah, we'll put that back in for now. That was good. That was a good test. I'm gonna have to cook a lot more stuff to get back to that point, but you know, I mean, it's fine. I will be cooking a lot of stuff. And the tool needed healing. I should probably at some point go deal with that as well. Alright, so I need frogs. And I need... maybe... I would like to make myself getting a little bit more string. Let's just take a little bit of this. That should be enough. Because I just need enough to be able to get the frog out of, I do miss... I mean, obviously it was never on Java, but I do miss the fact that they could at one point. Ah. There we go. We got a nice almost stack. Get each frog out. Oh yeah, and in case you're curious why I need these beautiful frog lights, well, here's one of those places I need it. Alright. Because they're going to go in this. I mean, obviously it's not really visible from down here, other than kinda. But if you go out a ways, like, that color is going to look so good. I mean, imagine that being, like, there are these lights. It's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be amazing. Amazing. Alright, I mean, you could disagree with me, by the way. Like, if you think, oh, that doesn't look very good at all. What are you talking about? You can tell me. Now let's see if I can't just hook. Fair enough. We'll see, though. Yeah, but that's why I need them. And also those other things you could see kind of that had some green lights. And then I might use the yellow... these guys are for the yellow lights. Which I'll probably end up using as well. Oh, you guys are just... Come here, frogs. Or maybe not. Maybe we lure the frogs over. Oh, apparently I've done one of each. Yes, exactly. I've said it before. Cool. Come on, frog. We're gonna put you over here for the moment. We're gonna move you in a minute, but for the moment, you can go there. I guess technically I could just walk into this. Get your butt over here. Yeah. That's true. It would be nice if there was a way. I do not disagree. You know, I need... You know, I'm just gonna see how many I can grab. All at once. Let's just take them all up. There we go. Apparently I lost one. Thank you. Let's just see how many we get. Oh. Well, that guy just got up and out. Come on, guys. Oh, I got you. I've got you as well, but I don't know if you guys are just missing leads. Let me look around. Oh, I still have some attached to me. What the heck? There we go. In theory, that's 20 frogs. In theory, making sure there's no hidden anything. Yeah. Alright, so then I just gotta get... We're gonna see really quickly. So that is 15 so far. I'm concerned. Getting all these guys over. I still have 3. You know what? I gotta put them all up again. So I can sleep. I have a bed just in case. Alrighty. I know technically I don't need to... I just... Let's try this again. I think I'm missing 1. Oh wait, no, I have 20. Okay, now I just gotta keep them from going down. As I've said, I wish... Alright. There. I'm missing... I need 1 more frog. I might have to... There he is. Alright guys, we're going to take you all on a nice little trip. Oh crap, I forgot to... We're gonna see what we can do. Why can't I... Am I trying to break the... Come on, frogs. Come on, frogs. You can come through this way. And then they should all be on the other side. In theory. Now I need to count all of them. And hope that none of them burn. I'm still missing 2. Alright, I need to just take them all the way to the end. Or at least those that I can. And then I need to go back so I can get the rest of them. Oh no, he went through! I need to figure out how many frogs went through. Alright. I said that I just do not care for frogs. Like, how... For the mob AI. Alright, so in theory, 3 frogs went right back on through. I also wish you could set, like you know, the mobs that they can't go through versus can. Maybe, like, you could give them a color. And the collar would prevent them from going through another portal, maybe. I'm missing 6 frogs, apparently. Yep. 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I feel like I'm missing another one. How can I have even more frogs than that? This isn't good. Oh, there it is. There's the 2. You gotta go on through, buddy. Alright. I don't think I have enough, but I think I have 6 leads. That's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Come on, frogs. Okay, and I'm still missing one. I gotta go find. Woo! At least. Potentially more. Yeah. 2. I'm missing 2 frogs. I really do wish we could pick up frogs in buckets. I do. Okay, there's one of them. Having a happy time, and there's the other one. Not for long. Well, actually, you'll like it quite a lot. Your insides will burn for eternity. And that does sound wrong, but that is basically what you're doing. But I'm just getting the frogs over. I'm not really sure why you're still around, but you know... Alright, hopefully we have 20... There's no guarantee we have 20 frogs. Alright. I have 8, 13, 20 leads. Alright. I'm missing 2 frogs still. Who hasn't got one? You 2. This is gonna be so slow. We're gonna get them all over. I'm gonna hope I have all of them. I'm not gonna believe I have all of them because there's no way I have all of them. And then we'll have that color done once we're done with that. And then we're only gonna have the green frogs left. And if you guys do want me to name the frogs, do tell me so I can go get a bunch of name tags. All right. Come on, frogs. And yes, this is going to be so annoying. But it's for the best. I don't have any wood on me. I might have some wood here. Neon carcamo. I'll try. I was actually thinking more along the line, you know what? I'll leave these guys here for now. Oh no, there's 7 here. And you know, I think at this point I am left with, I just cannot. Oh, I've lost even more frogs. I'll have to go look for them. Keep going like this. These are going to go back into place, but probably because it's just not safe, but we're going to see how many we can get down. Oh, there's... I need to go get the frogs, so because I know I'm missing a bunch. I wonder how many I lost. Alright. So that's about half, so I should actually have 8 over here. In theory. So I'm gonna... You can hear the Soul Sand Valley on that side, too. And I mean, there's not really much I can do to light it up, you know? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what? That wasn't so bad. I'm gonna go get those frogs that I've lost. All 12 of them. A lot of them found their way back up here at some point, but, you know, it's fine. Obviously, they smell the slime. They smell the burning sensation that's coming for them. And that sounds wrong. On every front. Alright, I'm missing one frog that wasn't there. I'll go looking for them in a minute. Oh crap. I just messed up big time. I'm gonna have to get these frogs back in place. Oh, hello, Dark Dungeon. How you doing today? Give me a second, let me... How you doing? I hope you're doing well. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Yeah, it's gonna be problematic. need to... Oh, gosh. Nice. Fair enough. Other than the fact that it was pain, I hope it was at least fun. Alright, very fair, very fair. I mean, I suspect everything from that developer is kind of along those lines, but you know. Alright, I'm missing frogs up top. Alright, I think I caught all the ones that were being naughty. Or, well, they weren't being naughty. I was kind of horrible to them. Let me get them down. I mean, it's coming. As I've said, I have to work on it. I've got a month. Well, I've got 20 days, but same difference. Alright, I'm missing frogs. I'm definitely still missing frogs. Did they follow maybe down below? I hope they did. Well, they can't. I don't know how they would, but... I mean... I don't know. Crap. I'm missing frogs. But I'm not sure where. Of course, at the same time, I might just have brought them over. Huh? Oh, it... Crap, I'm gonna have to... That's not what I mean. I mean that I... how do I put this? I mean, I'm working on a whole bunch of different things. I just so happen to... Seriously, I feel like I should see the frogs somewhere, because clearly I've lost some, you know? But I don't. It's so weird. Did I lose? Did I swear... Lovely. 3, 4, 5. No. It's because I've been working on the model that's the next model that would be for the next tier, or the next, like, sub-goal. I gotta get that done before I can even dream about moving on something that's... Oh, wait, are you guys... Well, there's one of them. Oh, the frog machine? I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I thought you were talking about the model. That's what I was saying. I'm getting close, but I'm not quite. I gotta... Oh, you look like you're not connected. You're not. Who else isn't connected? You? Yes. And you. And you. And you should be the last one that's not connected. Alright. Sorry, I had to figure that out. I'm almost done. I'm almost done with this one. It's gonna be so inefficient. Oof. Fair enough. Never mind. I am missing frogs still. I have to find 2 more? Never mind. You guys just didn't come down when you were supposed to. Let me go find that guy again. Because he just didn't come. If we're talking about my model for the costume, basically I'm going to do for the month of October. That's why I say I have a month. Because otherwise I'd have 2 months. I'm not like... Is there anybody I've missed? It doesn't look like it, but I feel like I should have 1 more frog. Or 1, yeah, I should have 1 less lead in my inventory. Anyway, well, he won't forever. So as I said, I am... There's one of the frogs. All the way back here. Oh wait, I did connect it. Apparently. And maybe just... Oh, and I brought this guy up as well. Oh, I'm so sorry, little guy. We'll get you both down, and then we'll get on to the next one. The last group of frogs that I need, other than naming some of them, maybe, are the green frogs. We're almost there, though. Alright, I just need the orange one now. I don't know. So far, all of them. The concern's going to be the next batch. Alright, where did the orange frog get stuck? Or did he just come on down? No idea. I mean, I'm out of, but it only looks like I had 1. That's why I'm confused. Anyway. So far, apparently, potentially up to 40. Minimum. And then from there, all I really kind of have to do is finish putting in the floor, which won't be too big a deal. Overall. And then I gotta just kind of enclose this. Add the snow so that we'll have the... Yeah, let's see if I can't count them. I probably can't, but 1, 2... Yeah, because they're so hoppy. 3... You know what? I'm just going to make a total of 40, for 41... Alright. And of the name tags, and we're gonna see from there after I get go grab another 20 leads, and then from there we can lead rather 19 leads, and you only need 19. Then we can take those frogs here, because I need green frogs. And that's all that remains. Or I can quickly work on the getting the other vending machines in place so I can have my boat back. And then from there, I might flip to reading instead if people want that instead. Depends on what people want. So which would you prefer? Me getting frogs or me getting these guys in place and then reading? Either way, probably reading after, but I don't know how long it's going to take for the frogs. And I know with this, it's a... At least not necessarily going to take too long. Alright. Also, I can only guarantee on the one. But what do you guys want? I feel so... I did pick up a whole bunch of these. Let's put these in place so that I can kind of show how it's going to look. Heyo. Kind of. Alright, now I'm just missing 2 of the frog lights that I would need for this first one. This to kind of, like I said, to get the idea. Find a place then reading? Wait, huh? I'm confused. Yeah, that'll look good when it's full, but... Wait. What do you mean by find a place? I'm confused. I'm good with the reading, like I said. Yeah, I might go with that color, by the way, for that, just to... Well, no, I was saying, do I set up the vending machines? Because I've got a couple, and then go to reading, or do I try to move the frogs? And then we see maybe if I can read afterward, but I don't know how long it's going to take. Setting a vending machine shouldn't take too long. That's all I was saying. Hopefully it wouldn't take terribly long, but you know, I'm being realistic here. Because I'm just not sure how long it'll take to get the frogs over and... You need the vending machines? Alrighty. I'm just being realistic because, like, as we've seen with the last batch of frogs, that took me, like, 20, 30 minutes. I think. I do need to grab some quick tough, but that'll be easy enough to... Wait, no, I don't have to. It's up here. Alright. Let me grab all the materials that are needed. And since I'm just gonna kinda, sorta... Oh, do I have quartz? Now that I think about it. I'm not sure I do. But that's easy to fix, you know? I mean, quartz is simple enough to cook up and do, but... Let me see. I might have some non... Yeah, I've got it already. And then I just need these. And that should be everything. At least to set up 2 more. Potentially more. Alright. Not got destroyed on the cacti. I honestly should probably set up like an automatic pickup system there for that one. I'm not that good, but you know what? I should probably do that and like set up a farm for that, but... Let me see. I'll grab enough of everything just to be sure I have it all. Grab a little bit of gold to get them in place, and then I need to name a few name tags. That specifically. We'll just say... Because... Alright. And since I'm apparently going to have even more vending machines, and we don't know how many that's going to be, let's just make 6. You're loud. Yeah. We'll figure out later. If I can repair that later or not. But for now, that's going to be like that. Let me go name these. And then let's do this. This will be easy enough. Alright. I don't know... Alright. I just realized I have caps lock on because I keep hitting that. Not sure. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how I did it, so let's just go do that. Let me go kill these guys first as well, just because I'm here. Alright. And then from there... it'll be easy. By the way, while I'm doing this, why don't you guys decide, would you rather I read more Ranger's Apprentice? Or would you like some... of one of the other books many books I have. So basically, like, do you want more of what we did last time or something else? I have many things. I have many choices. My sister said I should do dragon slippers. I can go grab that one in. At least that's what she thinks I should do. Sure, why not dragon slippers? We can do that. Nothing wrong with a little bit of dragon slippers. Alright, I don't know how many I'm going to have, so I'm just kind of setting them all up in advance. I mean, technically I could just leave these like this, because I don't have anything there. Instead, we have this like this. Oops, I did that wrong. This goes here. Yeah. Let me set up like 3 of them. And then I should have the thing up top as well, right? For these guys, yeah. Alright, so then we just poke up here. Same deal. Same deal. Alright. There. Alright. I don't think I have enough tough. I think I need to go get more. Alright. Hopefully, you know, that's gonna show. Let me go get more materials really quickly. Just realized that's gonna show. It's not gonna look good. We don't want to waste too much, but we also don't want to. There we go. I mean, it's almost there. It's almost there, you know? Alrighty. I'm gonna go grab the last few materials I just realized I need. Because I'm... Well, you know. I'm me. I just also realized I forgot the gold. Whoops. I mean, yeah. I'm in, like, the house and a lot. You know, for now we're just gonna put this in here. And then I'm gonna get out... Notice that's what I need. This. And I could use a wee bit more tough. See, I did, by the way, think about doing that just flat against the wall, but I think I like the idea of having it just going all the way in. I mean, it's not going to look very good right now because I need another 2 lights, but beyond that, I think it does a good depth effect. Alright. Now I have enough materials to set up one more. And get these guys in. I don't think I'm going to have enough, but... I mean, I think I'll have enough spots for what I can, and I'm just going to have to move them into place. Oh gosh. And of course... Yeah, I know you're there. We're going to move you over so that we'll have an easier time of this. Alright. Huh. It's all about order, apparently. I can't get any farther than this. We're gonna hope we can get him through. I'm gonna put the blocks away. Alright. As I've said, I've got this parsley in here just in case. I don't think any gas can spawn. But you never know. Alright, so let me finish, and then we'll get to reading. Ow. Why are you hitting me? I don't feel like you know. Alright. And then we just put this one in here. That there, and then as I said, the realization, it does have to be these. Well. Oh, I missed this one. Crap. You know what? We're just... This one's all set up, but it's not there yet. There we go. Let me eat something really quickly. So we're gonna name you. So why is there no lava in this one? Is this one not have... I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on with that. Alright. Buddy. Hey, buddy. He's just leaving. This way, buddy. Look. Come on. Wait. Oh, this guy. Come Come on. Oh, that's fine. Come on. Nope. No, not you. In there. There we go. I don't know what he dropped. Oh, it looks like he dropped Blackstone. Cool. Hello? Oh, yeah, you're just mad at me. I don't actually know why you're mad at me. But we'll take it. I really don't know. Oh gosh, nope, 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 nope. Gotta get away from the guy a second. Because I need to heal. I don't know why he hates me. Really and truly. Okay. That hurt. And I'm not losing my levels to this guy. I gotta just heal. Come on. Come on. Why is it so slow? Alright. I think he took the gold. Or he might not have. He's definitely still mad at me, though, I think. Nope, he's not. Come on, buddy. Yeah, come on. Go on. There we go. He's in. That was difficult. Let me go dump this so I can go pick those items up and then see if the last guy is anywhere around, but I think he despawned. Phew. But each of them they're there in place. Come on. Why can't I? I see. Of course. You know what? I can get the floor as well. I don't think that the nuggets are still there. I think oh, there they are. Huh? Oh, I just had to figure out what I needed to do. That's all. Alright, let me see. I don't think there's anybody left here. Too bad. Especially since I'm taking a bit of a beating. Let me look around to see if there's anybody else. Just quickly and easily. But if there's not, I'll just head back and just be done. Or I'll go grab the flooring, maybe. So I can fill that in the rest of the way. And then it'll look fine and it'll be all good. And I know where my missing slabs from last time, I was like, where the heck did they go, are now, so it'll be easy enough. Fill in. Since I'm not sure when I'll need. I need to take this back. There. Alright, we're gonna go through the portal. Bet you it's night. Yep. I don't have a bed. Wait, yes I do. Alrighty, let me go grab the flooring. That blocks mob spawns, but we're gonna probably get another bunch of them eventually, so it's not bad, but and notice most of them don't spawn over there anyway, so it's fine. We just have to lure them over. Ow. So I just need to grab the slabs, which I realized were in here. At some point. I'm not sure exactly when. I will just... I think I'm good here. Like this. I could go get some... Because I could use some, experience for my poor, gear, but I think I'll be fine. Unless I'm planning to, like, wrangle more, which it doesn't seem like I'll even be able to. But I think that'll make a good way to, like, finish up for the day, because just be... not the whole time, because I'm going to read afterward. But for the Minecraft portion. Alright. But I would like to get this in. Even if it's only a little bit more. I'll leave this section here for now, and we're just going to kind of go forward here. And then finally, this can go here. And see, now I can just sneak in to our vending machines. And let me double check that I was right about how I did that, right? Yeah, I did it. Yeah. And then Frog is just going to hang out here for now. I might give Frog a spot to live. The Frog just looks so dejected and alone. I don't know what to do with it, though. I can't use the Frog, and I can't really take a Frog back at this point. The Frog lives too far away. Anyway, as you can see, I mean, that was just easy enough to get done. I had some. I knew I had some. I might have more. I guess I could live in that pond, but I don't know. We'll see. Although, would it be really let as for much as just make it? If I did that, 'cause, I mean, it would be the only frog like itself. And that might be distressing for the frog, quote unquote. I mean, obviously it's a bunch of pixels, but... Alright, but so the vending machines are basically done at this point. For the moment. We'll add more, but I need more materials and stuff anyway. What do I want to quickly do other than maybe I want to pick these up, go turn them into the right type of block. Let's see, how's the... I definitely think I like that. Specifically the slightly greenish tint. I'm not sure. I just think it looks good. Alright, and then other than that... Just gonna quickly check to see if I have any more greenwood. I don't think I do, but I'm just checking anyway. Yeah. We'll have to do that next time, along with maybe getting those last couple frogs in. But... yeah. By the way, I just thought of this. If you're talking about the smooth stone block, it's just the way it looks. That was all there was to that. Because, whoops. If you put these like this, so they get that line. Which does not look good in a build. Like that one, I'm not trying to do that. Anyway, I think that's pretty much that part. All good, right? I got our vending machines in place. Alrighty, you know what, let me adjust the title really quickly. Since I did say I'll read. And reading. Give me a second. It is that one, right? Alright, let me a second. Let me go and grab the book really quickly. Alrighty. One second. I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry. Dude, I have the book. This is the first book in a trilogy. You know, let me quickly go see if I can't find a picture of it online, and then we can use that. Just one sec. Alright, let's pick a good one. Yeah, let's pick the one. Sec. And alright, and then let me see. One second. And then this is the book. Put it in the corner there. Hope you can see it. Alrighty. Already. So, let me change the music to something more chill. Because, you know, the beginning of the book is always a little more chill. So... yeah, we'll go with guitar. And then it's not guitar. Alrighty. So, the book is called the book is called Dragon Slippers, and it is by Jessica Day Hale. And let's start. The Brown Dragon of Carliff. It was my aunt who decided to give me to the dragon. Not that she was evil, or didn't care for me. It's just that we were very poor, and she was, as we said in those parts, dumber than 2 turnips in a rain barrel. My father had been a terrible farmer, and too proud to admit it, so he had struggled in year after year despite countless failed harvests. It had only been my mother's skill with embroidery that kept us from starvation. She had sewn fancy work for all the merchants' wives, and once for the lady in the manor. But now mother and father were dead of the fever, leaving me and my brother Hagen to the mercy of my father's sister and her husband, who weren't exactly wealthy themselves. After the sale of our farm brought only enough money to pay off the mortgage, my aunt proposed the idea that I marry into moneys and so pull the rest of the family out of poverty. And while I was pleasant enough to look at, with blue eyes and a small nose, my straw-yellow hair was also straw-straight, and I was sadly freckled. To be blunt, I was no beauty, and as I could not spin straw into gold or cry diamond tears, there was no reason for a wealthy suitor to overlook the fact that I had no dowry whatsoever. "It will have to be a dragon," my silly aunt declared, as we all sat around the hearth, holding on to what my uncle called a council of war. "Surely a brave, adventuring knight will save her from his clutches," she continued, "and then we shall all be taken away to live in his castle." She was also very fond of reading romantic tales. "All of us." My uncle looked up from where he sat by the fire and whittled a rattle for my newest cousin. "Throw yourself and myself and our youngest into the mix as well." He winked at me behind her back. He had a sly sense of humor after years of dealing with my aunt. "The least he could do," she said stiffly. Which made no sense at all. Why should anyone be rewarded for defeating a dragon by being saddled with a dowerless, freckled wife and well over a dozen daft and impoverished in-laws? No matter how I pleaded and my uncle argued logic, my aunt would not be swayed. That my uncle finally agreed to the plan made me realize just how badly off they were. Their farm, like my father's, was on the brink of ruin. Hagen was 14 and could help in the fields, so there was no need to get rid of him. But I was just another mouth to feed, bloodkin or not. Rolling my eyes, I went to the hills above our town, and stood outside the great smoke-stained entrance to the cave where everyone agreed that the dragon of Carliff lived. My aunt came with me to make sure that I didn't try to skeeve off, and brought her 2 oldest boys and Hagen as well. She promised them each a penny candy if they would pitch rocks at the cave mouth to waken the dragon once she was safely back on the trail to town. Hagen just shook his head and grinned at me. "Not to worry, Creel," he assured me. "All us lads dare each other to come up here and yell at the dragon. He's never been seen. Not since Granddad's time. Dad is a doornail, I bet. Just wait here till dark and then come on home. Uncle says maybe you can work out of the manor." I smiled and nodded, suddenly choking back tears. My scanty possessions were in a satchel slung over my shoulder, including any yarn and embroidery floss I had managed to save from Mother's supplies before my aunt sold them. I didn't want to upset him, but this would likely be the last time I saw Hagen for a long, long time. My uncle had mentioned working at the manor to me as well. He told me to go to the caves and humor my aunt, and when I got back he would take me to see the manor housekeeper about a job. But I had seen the doubt in his eyes and knew that it was a slim hope. I had my own plans once Hagen and the other boys had gone back to town, and they didn't involve scrubbing floors. My aunt started down the trail, shrilly directing the boys to start throwing rocks and admonishing me for not forget whose idea it had been to bring me on to the dragon. I promised her cheerfully that I would not, snickered with Hagen, and even threw a few rocks myself. Either the dragon had ridden for the dead, however, or it had been away visiting friends since our granddad's time. It appeared soon after we began our bombardment. The first thing we heard was a great rumbling, a scrapping, audible even over the sound of our shouts. Then a plume of smoke came out of the cave, followed by the beast itself. My 2 cousins took off screaming like anything, while Hagen and I stood there numbly staring at the dragon. It was brown and scaly, and I looked impossibly old, with a great rack of shining golden horns and its massive head. My throat was so dry that the sides stuck painfully together, and the cold river of sweat started down my back beneath my worn gown. Hagen touched my elbow. "Run," he whispered. He sounded as terrified as I felt, and I was grateful that he had stayed with me. "Run. You run," I said. "I didn't think my legs would work. I'll be right behind you." I felt the stirring in the air as my brother wheeled about, needing no more urging, and took off down the trail. Like a young deer, my legs failed to carry me after. I was mesmerized by the ancient beast's great golden eyes. What do you want? Its voice rumbled and grated. It hurt the bones behind my ears. I am a virgin, pure and true, I recited as my aunt had coached, not knowing what else to say. My voice came out as a wheeze, my legs now trembling so hard I feared that they were rattle me right off my feet. And what am I supposed to do with you? The dragon snorted, and a ball of fire shot out and burnt the grass to ash not 2 paces from me. Nothing. I'm sure that a noble knight will come to save me from your clutches. I blushed to say something so ridiculous, but I didn't know how else to answer. I was not actually in his clutches, and the Lord of Carlisle's son was the only noble knight for miles around. I was known more for his skill at dancing than his fighting prowess. Are you a princess? No. Then what are you? I'm the daughter of a farmer, I said, lifting my chin. My name is Crelisel Carlburn. Oh, by the first fires! The dragon moaned. I have no desire to deal with this! He shook his rack of horns. I am old and tired and bored with all the foolishness that humans cause. Oh, I said, feeling foolish as they come. It had not occurred to me, or to my family, that even the dragon might not want me. Its words also made me wonder, who would come after the daughter of a poor farmer? Would some knight of lord really be moved enough by my flight to risk his life for a nobody like me? I'm sorry, I said to the dragon sheepishly. I can leave. I had a vague idea of where I would go. I thought to carry on my mother's dream of opening her own dress shop in one of the larger cities. And anything would be better than even eaten by a disgruntled and elderly dragon. Oh, I don't think so. The dragon rumbled. Get into the cave. Go on. I waved one claw towards the entrance. I'd like to find out exactly how much trouble you're going to cause before I decide how to dispose of you. I would really rather save you the worry, I said, desperately. Go, the dragon said as again, pointing into the dark cave. Hurry. I had to admit, scared though I was quite curious about what a dragon's lair would look like. Would I be permitted to see the great mound of gold of which he slept? Was the floor carpeted with the bones of fallen knights? Steeling myself, I cautiously preceded the dragon into his cave. It was quite a disappointment. Really, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the dragon's lair at all. It was almost exactly like the caves to the east where my girl cousins met their swains to canoodle. Nothing more than a large, damp room with some imposing but not particularly inspiring rock formations. I breathed a faint sigh of regret, inhaling the odor of stone and cold, and just a hint of sulfur. Perhaps I would not be treated to the sight of his hoard after all. I was no longer as worried about being eaten as I had been. The dragon did not seem to be inclined towards munching on human flesh. I was more worried that he would send me away empty-handed, without either a champion or a generous dowry. I didn't want the champion, but the dowry money could come in handy. It seemed that I had heard stories of noble creatures, such as dragons taking pity on dowryless girls and gifting them in ancient treasures, hadn't I? Perhaps it wasn't dragons, but surely to avoid having to fight some overzealous knight, this one might make an exception. Don't step in the pool, the dragon rough voice intruded on my reverie. I halted in time to avoid putting my foot in a perfectly circular pool in front of me. I looked down and couldn't see the bottom, and to my alarm, I couldn't see my reflection either. Just the dragon looking back up at me. But it wasn't my dragon, I realized with a start. It was a blue-gray dragon with only 2 horns on its head, and it was looking up at me through the pool with an expression of what I guessed to be surprise. By the first fires, Theodorus! What is that you've got there? The voice of the blue-gray dragon rippled the waters of the pool just slightly, but his image didn't waver. It was an unsettling sight. It looks like a human female. It is a human female, the brown dragon said with disgust. It appears that the entrance of my cave, demanding that I fight some knight over it, and I never wanted it to begin with. Half a moment, I protested, tearing my gaze away from the alarming vision of the enchanted pool. I never demanded any such thing. I've been offering to leave quietly, and you wouldn't let me. Its clan sent it, the brow one said woefully, and now it thinks that a knight will come to save it, even though it's not nobly born. Coo-wee, the blue dragon breathed. It's been years since I fought a knight. It licks its chops with a long forked tongue. I don't know what you're complaining about. She looks tasty enough, and you'll get to eat her champion, too. A rowling laugh stirred the water. It's almost enough to make me fly over to your territory and share the feast. My knees were knocking together so hard that I was sure the dragons could hear them, and my teeth were beginning to chatter. The brown dragon rather reminded me of the local tailor, who was much plagued by his wife and 8 children, and liked to pretend that he couldn't stand the lot of them. Secretly, though, he doted on the entire brood. But this great beast wasn't the local tailor. He was an animal, a monster, really. And it seemed that he did eat humans. Or at least, he was acquainted with dragons that did. I hated my aunt suddenly with a ferocity that startled me and kept me from hearing the brown dragon's next words. Beg pardon? I shook my head to clear my thoughts. It's certainly the wrong time for me to be daydreaming, and there was something so surreal about my situation that I hardly focused on here and now. We were not speaking to you, Theodore said in his dry voice. If you must use the pool, you must, the blue-gray dragon sighed. But promise me you will summon me right back, Theodorus. I'm dying to know this is going to turn out. Very well, Theodorus agreed with a much put-on tone. Now go. He put one claw into the pool and stirred it, breaking up the image of the other dragon, which was something that nearly approached to grin on its face. Theodorus withdrew his claw and blew a gust of hot, sulphurous breath across the surface of the pool. The surface boiled, and then bubbles were replaced with an image I recognized as the gates of the Lord's manor. Standing before them were my aunt, Hagen, and the entire host of my cousins. There was a large crowd of townsfolk as well, and I groaned, and despite despair, even if the dragon did let me go, there would be no living in this town. I was going to have to leave Carliff, for certain. Theodorus. Theoratus, that's what it is. Theoratus dipped a claw into the water briefly, and the sound of my aunt's piercing voice filled the cave. Swept down out of the sky, like some great demon in the holy writings, she squawked, waving her arms for emphasis. With my female cousins all sobbed into their aprons and nodded in carefully approached agreement. Simply carried her off, and a finer, prettier, more accomplished girl they had never was. It took me a moment to realize she was talking about me, and I felt a surge of liking for my aunt. Then I recognized her listener as the Lord's son, and groaned again. She didn't truly think I was pretty or accomplished, I told myself. She was only trying to stir him up so that he would ride out to save her poor, dragon-abducted niece. The townsfolk were muttering and weeping in appreciation of the story. The women clutched their children closely, and the men scanned the skies for more dragon's activity. You must do something, a woman screeched. Our Lord must protect us. This is going to be irritating, at the least, Theoratus rumbled. And at the most, I asked with the quaver in my voice. I couldn't hide. Painful. He bared all his teeth in jagged grin. Not for me, of course. Oh, what if he were to slay you? I didn't want to offend the beast, but I was a touch skeptical about his blithe attitude. The Lord's son was very brave, even if he wasn't very muscular. You don't get to be 670 years old by being slow or weak, the dragon informed me. Oh, I shivered. In the pool, the Lord's son was striking his chest with his large fist and proclaiming that he would rescue the fair maid or be killed in the endeavor. Oh dear, I said. And that is the end of chapter 1. Shall I continue? Or should I move on to something else? Hello? This book is 321 pages, and we are on page 12. Not long. A decent length, but it's a good one. But I could read another couple chapters if people would like, or we can flip to something else. We're just started here because, yeah. You're fine with it? You like this one? Okay enough? I mean, obviously you've only heard one chapter so far. Anyway, chapter 2. A fine pair of shoes. While I sat glumly on a stone outcropping with my pitiful bundle of belongings beside me, the brown dragon dispersed the image of my aunt and her audience and summoned his blue-gray friend again. I was trying to think of an alternative, some way that I could get out of this mess and go home. No, not home. I didn't have a home anymore. And I was old enough to make my way to the world, one way or another. First, however, I needed to get out of this cave. The Lord of Karloff's son is coming, Theodorus told his friend with a dry growl, to rescue a fair maiden. Is she fair? His friend squinted up at the water at me. I could never tell with these humans. He shook his head. Is he decked out in shining armor and already mad in love with the poor maiden? Yes, Theodorus admitted, an expression of distinct embarrassment crossing his face. The other dragon roared with what I realized was laughter. I might come and watch. Earnest young faces when they realized that they were being slow-cooked in their own armor. An idea was forming in my brain, though I had to take a moment to quell the horrifying image of the Lord's son being slow-cooked in his own armor. The outer chamber of the dragon's lair was very plain. There was a wide opening beyond the pool that surely led to more caves. I hopped down from my cold seat. If I may suggest something, I began. No, the brown dragon said curtly. If you would please listen to me, I could save you the convenience of having to fight the Lord's son, I wheedled. No one asked you, Theodorus retorted. But I don't want to stay here and have you fight him, I said, taking a bold step toward the beast. And you don't want to fight him either. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? The blue dragon peered curiously at me. There was a look of amusement in his eyes. I'll happily leave here and take the Lord's son with me, I said in a rush. That way you won't have to worry about me or fighting the Lord's son or any other knight. Unless we return a small trinket from your large and no doubt magnificent hoard. A single doom-crusted goblet from a dragon's hoard would pay my way to the city, perhaps even the king's seat itself. And surely the dragon would not miss a single item from what I was sure was a prodigious treasure trove, considered his age. You want something from my hoard? The brown dragon looked stunned. My heart sank. Perhaps in dragon society this was a horrible faux pas. I prayed fervently that it wasn't. A sort of mistake that was remedied by roasting the offender. The other dragon guffawed, stirring the water of the pool from underneath. What in the name of the 7 volcanoes do you want a pair of shoes for? I beg your pardon? I stared at one dragon to the other. Shoes? No, I wanted a goblet or some such. A goblet? The dragon looked mystified. I don't collect dinnerware. The other snorted, rippling the surface of the pool. She's heard the stories, he explained. She thinks we're a lounge on piles of gold. You don't? You don't? I said, his voice a squeak. Of course not. Theodore said, well, I'm sure there are some who do. It takes all kinds. I myself fancy shoes. His golden eyes half closed. There's just something so fascinating about the way they're made, and the way the styles change over the years. The gray dragon in the pool was laughing quietly. A sound that made my eyes water. Go on, then. Let her take a pair of shoes if she likes, and be off. I looked down at my rough sandals. I thought again about going back. I thought about my aunt and the bed I shared with my cousins, and pinched me when they wanted more blankets. 1 pair of shoes, I bargained, with the brown dragon of Karloff, feeling my heart hammering in my chest with my boldness, and I'll never trouble you again. There was a long, terrible silence. Why not? He said. Come this way. He led me past the pool where the image of the other dragon still laughed, and though the entrance to the inner chamber was his lair, there too I was disappointed as this proved to be just another large cavern, but with a large oval depression in the floor to one side that I suspected might be the dragon's bed. Beyond the bed was yet another rough opening, and this one curtained by a large and somewhat moldy tapestry. The dragon pulled the tapestry aside with a gesture that was almost reverent, and motioned with his foreclaw for me to precede him into the inner cave. I took a deep breath, still secretly hoping for a pile of gold, and stepped forward. Shoes. Shoes as far as the eye could see. The third cavern was the largest yet, and every square foot of it was covered in wooden racks holding shoes. Women's shoes, men's shoes, children's shoes. There were boots and dancing slippers and sandals, shoes made of cloth and leather and wood. There were fanciful pointed slippers with bells on the upturned toes, and men's work boots with thick soles. I marveled at fur-lined boots embroidered with red silk and clusters of small shells. The dragon watched carefully as I pressed a pair of high-heeled dancing slippers, so encrusted with emeralds that I doubted the wearer would be able to walk with them, let alone dance. I could not imagine what sort of person would wear such shoes, and I stopped to imagine briefly where the women had lived and when. Make your choice, the dragon said, as I reached out a hand to a tiny pair that was apparently carved of crystal. The dragon's voice sounded nervous, and I wondered if he was afraid that my rough peasant's hands would damage the delicate footwear. I withdrew my hand and moved on, searching for shoes that looked to be my size. Something sensible, I thought. Boots, perhaps, or at the least sturdy brogues. Nevertheless, I paused before the delicate pair of green satin slippers embroidered with gold. My mother would have loved them. I thought of a pang. I remembered how she had cited over the fancy embroidery she had done for the wealthy women of the town. It had always saddened me that she was forced to wear such plain gowns. Hello, Knight. When all the while she was toiling over beautiful and intricate garments for women who did not even look her in the eyes when they paid her. No, Creel, I told myself firmly, moving on. You have to be sensible. Sensible. I was not going back to Carliff Town. I had to make my own way in the world, and if I was going to take a pair of shoes, they would need to reflect that. I began looking at sturdy shoes with thick soles, and they should fit well and be comfortable, or there was no point in having them at all. Fortunately, in the 600 and so years the Brown Dragon had been collecting shoes, he had amassed quite the array of shapes and sizes, and I soon had a large selection to try on. He still seemed tense of me touching his hoard, but I was careful to treat each pair gently, no matter how plain or fancy. I set them down on the far side of the room and crouched down to see which ones fit. The embroidered slippers made me think of my vague plan, and as I tried on a pair of the shoes, I worked it over. My mother had taught me to embroider and to knot, and to weave sashes and lace. She herself had been an assistant dressmaker in the King's Seat, before a visit of some cousins had resulted in her meeting and marrying my father. She had never let me do anything for an actual customer, explaining that they had paid her to do the work, and she had an obligation to do it. She had trained me using scraps of fabric and tag ends of thread, and I could admit without any false modesty that I was good. Very good, in fact. After I surpassed even my mother's skill, she had often lamented that my talent would be wasted in Carliff, with no money to send me to a larger city where I might find a place at a fancy shop. I had thought with the piece of the Brown Dragon's hoard I could pay my way to the city and buy the materials I would need for a sampler, set to show potential employers. If I was as accomplished as Mother had said, then I hoped to earn enough to one day open my own shop. Without silver to buy what I needed, I would have to try another way. Perhaps if I went to the King's Seat, where I was totally unknown and claimed that bandits had robbed me of nearly everything during the journey, the scanty bits of cloth and yarn I had with me would be enough for me to find a job. I had been so caught up with my plans that it took me more than a moment to realize I had gone through all the shoes I had originally selected and none of them fit. I heaved a sigh, put them all back, and began searching for more. Perhaps some sturdy boots meant for a boy, or a better pair of sandals, which would have to do. There was a sound over the other cavern. The dragon left his anxious scrutiny to me. I gathered from the rumbling that his friend was impatient to hear what was happening. At the far end of the last row of shelves, I found a strange pair of shoes. Well, not really all that strange. They were sitting beside two somethings made of black and white feathers, which could not possibly fit human feet, but they caught my attention nonetheless. They were rich azure blue and made from very soft, thick leather. They had no laces and slipped on over the foot, to reach a little way up the front and back of the ankle. The heels were low, the soles were made of some stiffer, dark gold leather, and the interiors were lined with white silk. They were much too fancy for my needs, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from them all the same. They looked just my size and terribly comfortable. Besides, I reasoned, they were obviously new and of good quality, and if I wanted to pass myself off as a master artisan, I would need a dress better. And that meant wearing nice shoes. I picked them up and went back to the center room, where I had been gathering other group of shoes to try on. I left the blue slippers for last, but I already knew in my gut they would be the only pair that fit. I was right. None of the boots and sandals or brogues, or even the crude moccasins I thought came from the Southlands, fit my feet. They were too big or too small, the toe pinched or the heel did. They were too stiff or too floppy for proper walking, and then I slipped on the blue pair. They fit as though they were made for my feet. They were so light that I felt as though I was barefoot, yet the soles were thick enough that I could not feel the uneven stone floor beneath them. They were supple as I walked and didn't slide or chafe my feet. I had sudden urge to cut the skirt of my gown off at the knee so that everyone could admire my beautiful new shoes. By the 7 volcanoes! The brown dragon had returned, and steam was rising from his nostrils as he surveyed my footwear. What are you doing? I was taken aback by his reaction. You said I could have a pair of boots. Shoes that I wanted, I said stubbornly. I never owned anything as nice as these shoes, and longing for them made me bold. And these are the only ones that fit me. I want these. Any shoes but those. I frowned up at him. No, it was to be any shoes I liked. You never said that there were some pairs I could not have. What's going on? The voice of the blue-gray came from wafting into the cave. Which shoes did she pick? She picked the... Theoratus began roaring back over his winged shoulder to the cave entrance. She picked the... Then he looked back at me and snapped his fanged muzzle shut. You said any pair of shoes, I reminded him. Or I'll stay here and let my aunt rouse the entire town to come after you. I folded my arms and put my chin in the air. You gave me your word just as I gave mine. You don't know what you're doing, the brown one said, his eyes narrowed at his lips. They're only shoes, I pointed out. They are very nice, I hastened to add, and they are certainly the finest slippers I have ever worn. They fit me perfectly. Theodoros studied me carefully, and for some minutes, while the sound of the blue-gray's voice grew ever more petulant. The brown monster stared at the shoes, still visible because I was holding up my skirt so that I could admire them too. He looked into my face, and smoke continued to billow from his nostrils, making my eyes water. Just a pair of shoes, you say? His voice was rougher than normal. I did indeed give my word, and you will hold me to it. Mute and confused, all I could do was nod. He heaved an enormous sigh, even more bone-rattling than the ones he had emitted when I first arrived, and turned away. Then I may keep them? I called after him. I gave my word, he said, came the heavy reply. You wish to have those shoes, and I cannot refuse you. There was the scraping of his claws on stone as he walked back to the sleeping chamber. He selected a pair of shoes. I heard him tell the blue-gray dragon. Oh, come now. The other dragon was obviously still amused by the situation. Did she wrinkle your favorite pair? You look as though your feather has gone out. Come forward, girl. Theoratus snapped. And show Emma which shoes you have chosen. Still holding my skirts at my knees, I walked over to the edge of the pool and held first one foot and the other over the water. The blue-gray dragon, reflected there, hissed and drew back in shock. His eyes flicked from my feet to Theoratus, and back several times before he could speak. Those shoes? He said, gasping for air. Out of all the foolish human footgear you've collected over the years, she selected those. Why do you even have them? The brown dragon bristled literally at having his hoard referred to as foolish, but he did not otherwise reply. I looked from one beast to the other. What is so remarkable about these shoes? Amacarin, as the blue-gray was apparently named, hissed again. Those shoes were made by a master craftsman many years ago, Theoratus interrupted, and no dragon parts lightly with something it treasures. Especially something like Masterin began. Any choice would have been difficult for me to see on your feet, Theoratus broke in. I said, well, I'm sorry to have upset you. I looked at from one dragon to the other, but neither spoke for a long time. The Theoratus turned to me. You have your shoes. Girl, now go. And remember to keep your part of the bargain. Yes, sir. I squeaked, my attention being drawn from my new shoes to the fact that I was standing just a pace away from a large and upset dragon. I let go of my skirts and hustled back to the shoe room to fetch my things, slipping my old sandals into the bundle just in case. I had toyed with the idea of leaving them behind, a little addition to the dragon of the Carliff's collection, but decided they were far too crude and shabby. Besides, I might want to wear them for a while to spare my new shoes. Thank you, sir, I said sincerely as I made my way out of the caves. You have been most kind and understanding about this whole, business. I have kept my part of the bargain, Theoratus said. Now you must keep yours. Yes, indeed, I replied, and hurried down the path toward Carliff Town. And that's chapter 2. Hello, by the way, Knight. Sorry, I was finishing the chapter, but yes, there's dragons in this one. It's called Dragon Slippers. And yeah. I mean, as you can see, because I did go find the cover for this time. Legit the cover of the book I'm reading, basically. But one of the big things in this book is that dragons, they're hoards. It's not necessarily, it is treasure to them. But for the average person, maybe not so much. So, like, this guy, he loves shoes, and then there's another there's dragons that like all sorts of things. Yeah. Anyway, shall I continue on with chapter 3? We'll meet another dragon, I think, in this one. Hello? I need to drink my drink. Alrighty. And I shall continue. I was halfway down... Okay, wait, sorry. Chapter 3. Shards of glass colored brightly. I was halfway down the path to town when I ran into the Lord's son on his fine chestnut stallion. He was making good time for all that he was fully rigged out in armor and bristling with boar hunting spears, and a long, very long sword. I say that I ran into him because I had to hurry forward and get right in front of his horse in order to catch his attention. It must have been the narrow eye slits in the bucket-shaped helmet he wore. "What are you doing roaming around these hills, girl?" He removed the helmet and glared down at me. "Don't you know there's a fearsome dragon rampaging about and stealing away maidens?" I curtsied neatly as my mother had taught me. "Pardon me, young lord," I said politely. "There has been some mistake. I am Carlisle Carlburn." He looked distracted, staring past me toward the hills that Theoratus cave lay. "What are you babbling about?" "I am Carlisle Carlburn," I repeated louder. "Creel, the girl who was taken by the dragon," I prompted when he still failed to recognize me. "What?" A flash of disappointment crossed his face, along with one of relief. "You fought your way free?" Then he drew himself up and began to speechify. "Do not fear that noisome beast shall try to recapture you, fair maiden. I shall defeat it at once and for all." "Please don't." I raised both my hands in alarm when he made his way to ride on by. I was a little irritated that he appeared to be more eager to fight the dragon now that he knew that its supposed prey had gone free on her own. "What are you saying, girl? That I am a craven?" He glared at me, his voice flushed. "Of course not, my lord," I assured him hastily. "I merely wanted to save you the trouble of traveling all the way to the dragon's cave only to find it dead." "What?" He lowered his spear, dismayed. "The dragon is dead, young lord," I told him in a firm voice. "It is very, very old, and the effect of carrying me off was quite undid it." By the time we arrived back at its cave, it was reeling with exhaustion. It collapsed and did not rise. It was quite dead, and the carrion birds are already gathering. I hoped that the rather thick-headed lord would not fail to note that there was not a bird in the sky. "Well," the young lord said, taken aback. "Well," he squinted down at me and adjusted one of his spears. "I would deliver you safely to the bosom of your family once more," he intoned. "But my horse is heavily laden with accoutrements of war," he trailed off, raising his eyebrows to see if I caught his meaning. I did. "I shouldn't think of overburdening your fine steed, young lord," I agreed, feeling more cheerful now. It had been easier than I thought to keep my part of the bargain. "If you would do me one favor." "Anything, fair maiden." He thumped his steel-clad chest with one gauntleted fist. He, too, was looking quite chipper, and why not? He wouldn't have to fight a dragon or marry a plain, low-born girl with freckles. "Please inform my family that I am well, and I decided to go to the king's seat to find work," I said, speaking carefully to make sure that he understood me. "I shall be pleased to do so," he said. I made another curtsy. He wheeled his horse around, riding off without a second look at me. I waited until the dust had died down, and then continued on the path until it forked. The right, it led back to Carliff Town, and to the left it joined the main road and wound its way through the south, through any number of villages and towns, until it ended where all roads in their land ended. The king's seat, the greatest city of all of Faverville. Surely in the king's seat there would be a place for a freckled girl who wore blue slippers that had been given to her by a dragon. I turned to the left and began to walk, my bundles securely tied to my back, and my arms swinging free. I whistled as I went, and broke into a little song as I stepped onto the king's road. There had been quite an exciting day for a farm lass. I had faced a dragon, bargained with him, and walked away free. I had deterred the young lord who had set out on his mighty steed to save me. I had a fine new pair of shoes, and was on my way to the king's seat to find work. I was the stuff of fairy tales. Of course, in fairy tales, the young heroine did not get too hot, or feel sweat running down the back of her neck and into her bodice, nor did she get hungry and wonder what her family was eating before their midday repast. I did have some bread and cheese in my bundle, so I stopped to eat a little. As I sorted out the small packet of food, a knotted skein of fine spun scarlet yarn tumbled out, and I barely managed to catch it before it touched the dusty road. As I ate a small portion of the bread and cheese, and drank a few warm sips from my leather water bottle, I contemplated the red threads. Most of my bundle was yarn or embroidery floss that I had spun myself, along with a packet of needles in my belt loom. I had a long, boring walk ahead of me and very little food for water, and no money. I would need something to trade for food and lodging when I reached the next town. I repacked my food and water and tied my bundle back on, keeping out the red yarn skin of blue and red, the belt loom. I threaded the end of the yarn through the loom and tied them to my belt, and began to walk again. It was called a belt loom because it was only wide enough to weave a belt or sash, and because you tied it to your belt to create tension. I had made so many of these woven sashes. Every woman and girl in Carliff Town had at least a dozen for worship days and feast days, myself and my impoverished cousins included, that I could probably make one in my sleep, or while I walked. And walk I did, my eyes on the lengthening sash in front of me, and every so often on the toes of my blue slippers, which peeped out from under my skins as I strode. The sun was hot, especially for spring. The road was well maintained, and my new slippers were very comfortable. All the same, by the time the sun had started to sink into the western hills, I was exhausted. I lifted my eyes from the sash, which had grown long enough that I had to tuck several loops of it back through my belt to keep it from dragging down to the ground, and began to search ahead for some lodging. By the time I found a farm that would take me in, I was ready to drop. The piece of dried venison and crust of brown bread they gave me tasted like a feast, and the pile of hay that I slept on was soft as new spun wool in the morning. I didn't even mind when the farmer roused me at dawn and told me to be off. That is, until I started to walk again. My legs were sore, my mouth was dry, and I kept finding bits of hay in my hair and clothing. The only bit of comfort I had was that my new slippers hadn't raised any blisters. In fact, my feet didn't hurt at all, and they had yet to show any wear. No wonder Theoratus didn't want to part with them, I said aloud as I began another sash. They really are the work of a master. Whistling through dry lips, I walked on. For 3 weeks I had been walking endlessly, and I managed to weave 4 sashes so far. I traded those sashes where I could, and when I had none to trade, I gathered eggs and darned socks, or mucked out stalls. If I was lucky, I was given stale bread and dry cheese and the occasional boiled egg and sent off to the hayloft to sleep. In the morning I was roused at dawn, given a rusk and a drink of water, and sent on my way. While a carter or two did take pity on me and give me a ride every few days, it seemed the most of them, like the householders, were wary of a young lass travelling by herself. They believed my story of being an orphan, I had no doubt of that, and they also suspected that I was a runaway apprentice or maidservant who had stolen her mistress's necklace. 2 days' walk from the king's seat, I ran into real trouble, infinitely worse trouble than having to walk all day and sleep in a draughty hayloft while pigs snored loudly from the barn floor beneath me. The king's road curved west here, actually heading away from the king's seat, so that it skirted the edges of the Rath Forest before it doubled back and reached the gates of the city. Very few people braved the more direct route through the forest, which was rumored to be full of wolves, imps, who guided travelers to their doom just for fun, and even dragons. It was said that tinkers and bandits lived in the fringes as well, but the king's road was well trafficked, and I had not concerned myself with them until that day. A group of young men, hardly older than I, came out of the trees and walked along the edges of the forest. There were 8 of them, and they were filthy, with straggly beards, which I took to be a personal choice, rather than an indication of desperation. They wore a motley assortment of clothes. They were dire need of laundering, but nonetheless seemed to be of good quality, which made me swallow hard. The easiest explanation that came to my mind was that they had just taken these clothes from a wide variety of travelers, some of them women, I realized, as I got a closer look at the brocade vest sported by one lanky bandit. "Good evening, gentle maiden," a tall youth said, stepping forward. He would have been handsome if he had been more careful about washing, and had his teeth not been stained and worn down from the pipe he clenched in the corner of his mouth, even as he leered at me. "Good evening," I replied, giving them a faint nod. I continued to walk along, working hard not to alter my pace. I was sure that, like dogs, they could sense my fear, so I did my best to show no outward signs of it. "Won't you stop for a while with us? It's growing dark, and a pretty young maiden should not be traveling this dangerous road alone." The leader moved to keep pace with me, stepping over the low curve of the King's Road and joining me on the smooth pavement. The others stayed in the grassy verge, but trailed only a pace or 2 behind. Its bitter truth was that he was right. It was growing dark, and while my prettiness was debatable, an unescorted maiden should not be anywhere near this road alone. My legs shook, and I kept walking. I thought about inventing a large and loving family waiting for me at the college just around the bend of the road, but feared that my voice would tremble if I opened my mouth again. Besides, they knew the region far better than I, and would see through my lie in an instant if there was no cottage around the bend. Truth be known, I had already begun to worry about that fact, that I had seen neither fellow traveler nor human habitation for some hours. I was in trouble, and I knew it as well as the vagabond youths dogging my steps did. My family had never been very devout, but my mother had taught me how to pray to the triune gods, and when they beseeched them individually for favors. I wanted to pray now, but took a moment to think first. Should I address my plea to the mighty stern-faced Ragunin, ruler of the heavens, and beg him to smite my harassers? Or should I pray to his gentle brother, thrice-dead Caxon, lord of animals and plants, and ask that a bear or wolf come out of the forest and eat the bandits? Jella, their merry, golden-haired sister, was patron of women, and I normally prayed to her. Her nature was on the lusty, pleasure-seeking side, and I was not sure that she would my situation as perilous. Oh, gods, I prayed silently, decided to throw the matter open to all three, and hope for the best. Please help me. I am young and foolish, but innocent, and have done no harm to man nor beast on this journey. Please deliver me from these bandits, please. I sped up just slightly, trying to seem casual about it, and forced a tiny smile to my lips. The leader was saucily continuing to praise my beauties, and jesting that I had blinded him to all other girls. I did not make eye contact, but thought that my tight smile might at least somewhat mollify him. Please, I said back to my head, please let someone come along and save me. Please let there be a camp of friendly tinkers just through these trees, a shepherd on his way to market with a flock coming around the bend, and a farmhouse just over the rise. Please, Riggin, Caxton, Jill, anyone. Come now, pretty maiden, don't talk so fast, the chief bandit said in a cajoling voice. It's getting cold out. You better join us at our fire. No, thank you, I said, and began to walk even faster, doing my best not to break into a trot. Yes, thank you, he sneered back and lunged at me. I couldn't help it. I screamed. Then I grabbed my skirts, hiked them up as high as I could, and literally ran for my life. As I ran, I yelled and screamed for help, even though I knew deep down that no help would come. It did not take them long to catch me. One of the youths trailing behind leaped forward and tackled me, wrapping thick arms around my neck and bearing me to the ground. The leader stepped forward, almost leisurely, to remove a small pack from my back, tossing it aside. He clucked his tongue at me as I screamed and struggled, clawing my attackers. That's not all friendly, he chided. You mangy dogs, he spat back. Let me go! I was crying out in anger and fear and continued to writhe and scratch. Someone help me! The leader opened his mouth, displaying the brown stumps of his teeth, and started to speak, probably to mock my pleas and tell me there was no one to help me. But whatever he meant to say was lost in a shout as a huge object fell out of the scale and struck the bandit's head before shattering into a million pieces on the road. The shard of something bright blue bounced from the ground and ricocheted off my forehead, with a small prick coming to the rest before me. It was a piece of thick blue glass with a small segment of lead attached to one side. There was more brightly colored pieces all around, strewn like flowers over the body of the fallen bandit. There was also a heavy wooden frame and more dark gray pieces of lead. It took me a moment to recognize the remains of what must have been an enormous stained glass window. The other bandits were looking from the leader up at the sky, trying fearfully to reason how a window had crashed down on him from out nowhere. They had let go of me, and I staggered to my feet, stumbled through the broken glass, grabbing my bundle as I went. Stop! One of the more clear-headed youths seized my wrists. What's happening? Are you a witch? Let me go! I tried to twist free, but fear had given him extra strength, and I couldn't even make him shift his grip. A roar filled the air. The bandit released me, and I clasped my hands to my ears and squeezed my eyes shut in agony. When the noise stopped, I opened my eyes a crack, then took my hands from my ears. The bandits, including the one that had accused me of witchery, were fleeing with yelps of fright down the highway, slipping on scattered shards of glass as they went. I began to run myself, but in the opposite direction, my skin crawling and my arms and legs trembling more than they had as I first encountered the brown dragon of Carliff. What in the names of the Trinity had attacked us? Was this a miracle I prayed for? I hadn't truly believed that Rigginin would smite my attackers, but what else could it have been? My question was answered a heartbeat later, when a large pair of golden claws swooped down into my line of vision. wrapped themselves around me like a cage and carried me into the air. I looked down at the King's Road becoming narrow in the distance below me, and up at the body of a massive beast that had captured me and fainted dead away. I woke briefly and found myself still being carried at great height, but what could only be a dragon, and felt the blackness rising again in my mind. My last coherent thought was that I was glad my brother Hagen wasn't here. He would laugh until his side split to see me swooning like some lord's delicate daughter, and then I was blissfully unconscious. And that's the end of chapter, I think it was 3, right? Yeah, chapter 3. Let me get a drink. What do you guys think of this one? This book? I know we're only about 3 chapters in. Thanks. I meant this story. I personally quite like this one. I mean, I like all of Jessica J. George's stuff. But this one is fun. Well, maybe not fun, but exciting. And in case you're curious, we're now on page 36. So, I mean, you can see it is a pretty quick read because there's not too many words on each page. And obviously I'm slower just to read it out loud, but shall I continue, or what you guys want? More? Alrighty, tonight I will continue. Alrighty. I'm gonna at least try to get to maybe when she gets to the city, because she does eventually get there. Let me see, how many more chapters is that? So that's at least 2 more. Let's do at least 3 or so more chapters, because I figured we could get into like, let's get into the actual city and all that, and that should be in just a few chapters. Alrighty. Fine. Alright. Chapter, I said it was 4, right? Let me double check. Carla. I'm just double checking the chapter so that we can do this properly. No, wait, that. So we had chapter. Yeah, so it's chapter 4, I think. Yeah. Chapter 4. The Gold Dragon of Wrath Forest. When I finally woke up, I was lying on a mound of fern fronds, and the brown stone walls around me were craggy and strange. It took me a while to remember what had happened. Bandits, broken glass, dragon. Oh dear. My aunt's hysterical lies had come true. I had been abducted by a dragon and taken away to its lair. But now the question arose of who was going to carry the tale to the nearest village and rouse a local hero to rescue me. I had doubts that my terrified harassers would think to do so. There was a smooth shiver of scales on stone, and the smell of brimstone intensified. I squeezed my eyes shut and breathed like pretending to still be asleep, and listened to a dragon breathe like a bellows only a few paces from where I lay. You're awake, human child. I saw you looking about, the dragon said. His voice rumbled deeply as the Erratus had, but there was a softer, more mellifluous voice tone to it. Yes, noble dragon, I said, opening my eyes and scrambling to my feet to face my abductor. The dragon was even larger than the massive dragon of Karlov. His scales were rich mellow gold, and the horns cresting his head gleamed sapphire blue, matching his eyes. With his wings folded neatly along his back, he was studying me with huge blue eyes. I thank you for saving me from those vagabonds, I added, remembering my manners. I had little choice, the dragon said in a voice that sounded stiff, as though somehow offended or upset about the situation. It was a strange thing. He trailed off. I saved you, he continued, but my window was smashed beyond repair. Yes, I noticed that, I replied, then half-hazarded a guess. Do you collect, windows? It would be an odd thing indeed if this cave-dwelling creature hoarded chapel windows, but no more odd, I thought, than Theoratus's hoarding shoes he could never wear. Oh, yes, I do collect windows, the dragon said testily. And the one was particularly fine. Then his gaze sharpened on me. I took a step back, feeling the tough stone walls behind me, and wondering widely where the entrance was. Do you not assume I hoard gold? I lifted my chin. You're not the first dragon I have conversed with, I said in lofty tones, hoping to impress this one with my experience. Perhaps he thought I was a friend of Theoratus, as he wouldn't eat me. I'm well aware that dragons snapping up piles of gold are the stuff of old granny's tales. Why, just the other day I was admiring the shoe collection of Theoratus of Carlif, and he gave me this pair as a gift. I raised my skirts to show my blue slippers. The gout flame issued the gold dragon's snout, gave me a loud roar. As it gave a loud roar, I just managed to leap out of the way of my bed of ferns, and moss were torched by the blue-white dragon fire. Aye, the sweet 7 volcanoes, the dragon swore. Where did you come by those slippers? Its head dropped down, so its muzzle lay on the ground, and it could gaze on my feet. From a distance of less than a pace, I twitched nervously, but tried to move otherwise, still feeling the heat of his fire on my face. I got them for Theoratus, the brown dragon of Carlif, I repeated, my voice barely more... I got them from Theoratus, the brown dragon of Carlif, I repeated, my voice barely more than a whisper, and all my face bravado gone. He simply gave them to you? There must have been a reason. Tell me, girl, what caused him to do such a thing? He lifted his head a little to look at my face. Well, my aunt started it all, I said, deciding that it would be better to just tell the truth. After all, this is a very large dragon. She made me go up to his lair so that she could tell the Lord's son I had been abducted. They wanted him to rescue me, you see, so that he would have to marry me even though I don't have a dowry. The gold dragon raised its head all the way off the ground and stared at me in astonishment. Go on, he urged in a strangely gentle voice. I stumbled my way through the entire strange story of talking with Theoratus and his friend Masterin, and making a bargain, and trying hundreds of pairs of shoes. They both act shocked when I had chosen these, I reported. But Theoratus did not go back on his part of the bargain. He let me keep them, even though he clearly didn't want to. Of course he did, the dragon said with a sulphurous snort. Continue. And on I went, through meeting of the Carlist Lord's son on the path and starting out for the king's seat. I told him about the less than kindly farmers I had met, and my ambition to find work. By the time I finished, my throat was hoarse and my nose was running. I pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with the delicate spears of gladulus flowers and blew my nose. I see. The gold dragon's voice was hardly more than a murmur. Of what passed for a murmur coming from a creature so huge, those slippers. This is a most intriguing situation. Why? I asked. What was so fascinating about a pair of women's shoes? One would think that these enormous fire-breathing monsters would have something more to do with their time than bicker and snort and stare at my slippers. The gold paused again. You truly have no idea what makes these shoes any different. I had, I answered, letting my confusion and frustrating show through. I wouldn't keep asking every dragon I ever met about them. I folded my arms, taking the same stance my mother always had, used when she was in a huff with one of us. How many dragons have you met? The dragon sounded almost amused. 3 so far, and that's more than most humans can claim, I retorted. True, he said. He sounded melancholy. Things were different once, you know. Were they? I edged along the wall, trying to look for a way out as stealthily as I could. I hoped that he was not going to reminisce about the olden days, when dragons carried off young girls all the time, or so the town storyteller had led me to believe. Yes, 400 years ago it was not unusual for a human and a dragon to be friends. That stopped me. Friends. None of the stories I had heard ever mentioned dragons being friends with a human. They were always eating them, or kidnapping them, or burning them to ash. I didn't know that, I stammered finally. But what has that got to do with my slippers? You were given those slippers because Theoratus, whatever else he might be, is a creature of honor, the gold dragon said with a snap of his jaws. He promised you any shoes you wanted. I had a very strong feeling that there was much more going on here than he was telling me. But I was not foolish enough to pester a dragon, no matter how badly I wanted my questions answered. The dragon drew his head back and looked off to the dimness of the far end of the cave, which was not large. He hummed a little to himself and made my back teeth vibrate, if not altogether unpleasant way, in a not so altogether unpleasant way. I dared to ask a question, carefully avoiding the topic of footwork. So, did you have many human friends? I was hoping that he would say yes. Should indicate that he didn't always eat humans he encountered. I had one, he replied shortly. Oh, I said, cursing myself. He probably had eaten them. Since you have shared your story, allow me to share mine, he said finally, with a sigh that blew my skirts apart against my legs. I am called Shardis, and I have lived in this hill within this forest for some 700 years. Pardon me, I interrupted as politely as I could. May I ask you questions? Of course, he nodded genially. First, may I sit down? Oh, certainly. Forgive my lack of manners. It has been some centuries since I have hosted a human. I seated myself gingerly on the outcroppings of a rock, which proved to be surprisingly comfortable. Although my feet were not sore despite all the walking I had done in the past week, they felt sort of itchy, and it was bothering me. I wiggled my toes, but the itching did not subside. And your second question, Shardis prompted. Oh, yes. If you're over 700 years old, and Theoratus said that he was 600 and something, what does that make you? What does that make me what? Well, are you an old dragon or a young one? You seem very spry, but the oldest human I've ever heard of was Gammer Tate, and he was only 84 when he died. Ah, let us say that we are comfortably in our middle years, Theoratus and I, although I am a full century older. Goodness. Yes, the oldest dragon I've ever heard of was Minchin the One-Eyed, and she lived to near 3,000 years. His scales rippled on a strange motion that I recognized as a shudder. If I have to linger on in that state, toothless, blind, in my only remaining eye, and with the scales coming off in patches, I want to be harpooned through the ear first. Instead, was the only response I could think of, though remembering what Gammer Tate had looked like at the end of his life, I had to agree. Harpoon seemed a bit excessive, however. Oh, where was I? The long forked tongue ran out of Shardis's muzzle as he thought. Sorry, you lived in the forest for 700 years, I recited. Ah, thank you, he shook his head. And in that time, we dragons have all but completely withdrawn from humans' interaction, though you seem to be an exception to this rule. Well, I hadn't believed that there really was a dragon living in Carliff Hills until I met Theoratus 3 weeks ago, I admitted. I pursed my lips and thought, speaking of Gammer Tate, he always used to tell the story of how he once seen 2 green dragons flying together above the trees he was cutting wood. And my mother was from a town just outside King's Seat. There's supposedly a red dragon living near there. He used to fly over town every autumn. I nodded my head. Everybody talks about dragons, but I've never heard of anyone ever seeing one face to face, let alone talking with one. But him. Precisely. The stories of maidens being carried off by dragons and rescued by knights have persisted, but for the most part they were never true. We used to be sought out by the truly gifted alchemists for shed scales and drops of blood to use in their medicines and experience, but no more. He heaved a sigh. My friend was an alchemist. We became acquainted during my 3rd century. He was very neatly found the cure to tumor sickness that afflicts you humans. Hello, Chris. How you doing? What became of him? My grandmother had died of tumor sickness and had been a terrible thing to see. He died of old age on the brink of his breakthrough, Shardis said sadly. And I had not enough knowledge for his experiments to finish it. If you used to be friends with an alchemist, and most of the stories about maidens are being carried off really are just stories, then why do you continue to avoid humans? I cocked my head to the side. I'm glad you're doing well. What happened? King Millen the First came to the throne, Shardis said heavily. And that was a bad thing? The teacher of the local school I had attended until the age of 12 had always raved at Millen the Protector, as he was known in her learned opinion. He was the greatest king Fairville had ever had. He saved our land from being overrun by the Rulani. Shardis blew his nostrils a few times, looking at some point over my shoulder. Let me merely say that while he was a great king for the humans, he was a disaster for the dragons. I didn't know that he ruled over dragons too, I remarked, bemused. Although I do remember that some of the dragons fought with him to repel Rulani invaders. He didn't rule over dragons, Shardis said in a haughty tone. And lest I forget myself, to let loose a steam of flame that would almost surely singe the hair from your head. I shall not elaborate on what Millen the First did to the dragons. Suffice to say, after he came to the throne, my people found it prudent to withdraw from human society. I see, I said, although I didn't really. And while Shardis seemed to be kind, I didn't know how many questions I dared ask before he would grow tired of me, or worse, burn me to ash and eat me. I need to go to my inner chamber and speak another dragon, Shardis said. You may follow if you like. Lacking anything better to do, I trailed behind his spiked tail. It would be senseless to run, I realized, since I had no idea where I was or how to embark. To get back on the King's Road. Then I stepped into the inner, much larger chamber, and all thought of escape left me. My mouth hanging open like a northern bumpkin I gazed among the most glorious sight I had ever seen, tears coming to my eyes at the beauty of it all. Glass. Everywhere I looked, there was glass. I had had no idea there were so many colors in the world, let alone that glass could be made in such hues. The cave was filled with stained glass windows of every size, depicting every beast and god or legendary hero imaginable. They hung from the ceiling on fine silver chains, and somehow, despite the fact that we were deep in a hill in the middle of Rath Forest, the light shone through them. "How did you do this?" I asked, the question reverently, humbly. My fingers itched to find silk and floss and embroider the colors and patterns I was seeing, but I knew I would never be able to capture the light that gleamed through them. Squares of sapphire blue, emerald green, and ruby red made a patchwork quilt on the Shardus's folded wings and gleaming scales. "There is a small opening at the top of the cave," he said in a pleased voice. "I used mirrors to reflect the light through the windows." "Beautiful," I said, but the word felt inadequate. "Jeratin, my alchemist friend, helped me position the mirrors," Shardus told me. "Would you like to see his laboratory?" I sensed that I was being offered a rare opportunity, and nodded my head in a respectful manner. It occurred to me as Shardus led the way to the curtained doorway to another cavern, I had never seen an alchemist's laboratory, and I found myself very curious. It did not disappoint. There was clear glass jars of strange liquid and wooden utensils whose usage I could only guess at. There was a set of brass scales ranging in size from small enough to measure a pinch of salt to large enough to weigh a horse. Heavy pottery crocks, stoppered with cork, lined the wall, each one labeled with a piece of yellow vellum that had been glued to the side. "Yarrow, tansy, juniper, powdered dragon scale, dog hair, tiger teeth, monkey bile," I read in fascination. "Everything in here is so clean," I said after looking around some more. "I tried to keep it as he left it," Shardus said in a sad voice. "Jeratin was very particular about keeping things clean. It's very—" Then I couldn't think of anything to say. How could I tell a dragon that I thought it sweet? He's keeping his dear friend's laboratory centuries after his death. "Shardus, you here?" A rumbling dragon voice came from the main cavern, saving me from having to think about what else to say. "Shardus!" "I'm here, Finuel." Shardus. Kitty cat. Kitty! Sorry. My cat is being goose. Sorry. Let me adjust the voice. Actually, the voice should be a little bit higher. "Shardus, are you there?" A rumbling dragon voice came from the main cavern, saving me from having to think what else to say. "Shardus!" "I'm here, Finuel," Shardus called over his shoulder. He turned and walked through the opening at the far end of the cave. There's no cats in this. The cat was in my face. He's a cutie pie. Once again, I followed his long tail through this curtained doorway and back to the glory of the glass collection. "By the first fires, what's that?" The voice had summoned me, as came from the still pool of the floor, only a pace away, and I jumped. "It's a human," Shardus said in his dry way. "You've seen a human before, haven't you, Finuel?" "Of course I've seen a human." "No, it's a human. But what are you doing with it?" The other dragon, which I could now see, had bright green scales were bright green, made a disgusted face as best it could. "You're not going to eat it, are you?" I stared again and looked anxiously at Shardus. "No," Shardus said, rolling his eyes. "I'm not going to eat it. And it's a she, actually." "You haven't taken to collecting them too, have you?" The green dragon sounded as if it was nothing more appalling than collecting humans. "I still prefer glass," came Shardus's mild reply. "I was just about to bespeak you, Finuel. And what was it you wanted?" Well, the sight of the human female was quite driven it out of my head," Finuel said precisely. "It was something about the summer's migration of stop that, Azert." The dragon's head bobbed out of view. Shardus looked at me, and I said in a low voice, "He collects dogs." "I beg your pardon?" I stared down into the pond, but all I could make out was a massive green shoulder as part of a wing. Dogs. Live dogs? Is there any other kind of dog there? What other kind of dog is there? Finuel's face had reappeared. "Azart is altogether too fond of treats," he said in a tone that harried mother, whose ferret child had gotten into his jam again. Yes, that must be a great trial to you," Shardus replied. That's why I don't collect living things, he murmured to me, and I stifled a giggle. What was that? Nothing, Finuel. What did you want to ask about the migration? I didn't know dragons migrated, I put in, fascinated. Little human, what you don't know about dragons would fill my cave. Finuel said nastily, We don't migrate, your species does. Humans don't migrate, I argued, more puzzled than offended. It explains why flocks of them come along the roads and path through King City every summer. Finuel huffed at me, rippling the water to the pool. He's speaking of the great fair of the merchants' ball, Charles explained. We try to keep out of the way of the humans traveling in the forest in general, but at the same time of year there are so many that we must plan our hunting even more carefully. What would happen if some humans did see you? I looked from one dragon to the other. A farmer traveling to the fair with his prize pig is hardly in a position to slay a dragon. By accident or on purpose. So you say, Finuel muttered darkly. It's the unpleasantness with Merlin the First. It is not in our habit to allow humans to see us at all, if possible, Charles told me in his patient way. It's better like this, for both our kinds. You let me see you, I pointed out. You're escaping from those bandits. You did what? Theo shook his emerald head and rattled the scales of horns. I'll never understand you, Charles. Never. Nor I you, Charles responded, giving a significant look to the brown puppy that could be seen squirming between Finuel's forelegs. And yet we remain friends. I suppose, Theo said in his pristine-aged manner. Shall we simply keep to the same schedule as last year, then? He was giving me the eye, as though he didn't trust me, which he probably didn't, but then I could hardly blame him. Yes, he would be so good as to inform the others. Charles folded his legs and gazed down into the pool more intently. He, too, was watching the puppy, his long, forked tongue protruding from beneath the corner of his fanged mouth, and what I took to be a sly grin. I would be happy to. Finuel turned his face away sharply, looking at something neither Chartis nor I could see. Azart! No! Bad dog! Bad dog! We both stared into the enchanted pool in fascination. Finuel had turned mostly away from us, so that all we could see was him, was part of his massive hindquarters and his long tail. The fat brown puppy, released from his master's grip, was happily scrambling along the spiny ridges among Finuel's tail. Other dogs could now be seen tumbling around the rush-strewn floor of Finuel's cave and napping in piles of blankets. Large bones that I hoped were from sheep or cattle were scattered around or in the process of being chewed on by various dogs. Do a lot of dragons collect live animals? I whispered to Chartis. Not really, but Finuel's always been a bit odd. Chartis sighed. He's a cousin. A very distant cousin, mind you. But I still have clan obligation to him. He told me to mutter. I recoiled from the pool as long, narrow head suddenly came into view. A lolling red tongue framed with sharp yellow teeth made a startling contrast to the sleek black and white fur and black swept ears. It looked like a hairy dragon. Yip! I squealed, much to my embarrassment. What is that? Are baby dragons furry? Of course not, Charlotte snorted. That's Azart, I believe. The dog grinned at us and then backed away from the pool, giving me a better look. As dogs went, he was larger than most. In fact, I was willing to bet there were very few ponies that could match up to this leggy animal. He was long and narrow, mostly white, with a couple of large black patches on his head and back, and he had a long, bushy tail. The woolly fur on his chest was matted with something red and sticky, and he was drooling red as well. At first I thought it was blood, and almost averted my eyes in disgust, but then I noticed the definite pinkish hue that is not found in nature. Bad dog! Finuel reasserted, coming into the frame of the enchanted pool. He's broken into a bag of mallow sweets and eaten them all. The green dragon said with frustration, No matter where I hide my sweets, he finds them within a day. He's going to make himself sick! The enormous beast sounded near to tears. Azart, apparently sated, laid his long body down alongside his enormous master, and heaved a great sigh. In a matter of seconds, he was sound asleep and snoring. Yes, well, that's too bad, Finuel, Sparta said, when it came clear that the other dragon was going to be clucking and fussing over his dog for some time. But I had better go and figure out what to do with this human maid now. What? Oh, yes. Why was it you picked up the human? Finuel's attention was pulled away from his dogs for that effort, for reasons I'll explain to you a bit late on a later date, Sparta said. Perhaps. And he stared at the pool with one long claw breaking up the image of his distant cousin. Chartis heaved a sigh not unlike Azart's and turned to me. My knees started shaking again. No matter how many hours I spent conversing pleasantly with dragons, there were still dragons, mighty, ferocious, damsel-eaters, if the legends were to be believed, although, according to Shardis at least, they weren't. I bit my lip as I looked at Shardis. He blew smoke out of his nostrils and looked down at me. "You want to go to the king's seat," he stated finally. "Yes, sir," I said in a small voice. "Not going to hurt you," he told me gently. "I'm trying to figure out what's the best and safest way be for you to take. What are your plans again?" "I plan to find work embroidering," I said. I pulled the gladiolus decorated handkerchief from my pocket and held it up. He lowered his head and studied it with one sapphire eye and then the other. He reared back after a moment's scrutiny and nodded at me. "I'm not a collector of fine embroidery," he admitted, "but it looks well made to me." "Thank you. My mother was very skillful, and she taught me." What do you think you will need in order to find work of this kind?" For a dragon, he had a very practical mind. "Better samples of my work than this dirty handkerchief," I said after thinking for a moment. "I had some embroidered scarves and woven sashes, but I had to trade them all in return for food and lodging. I need to have different types of embroidery to display, to prove that I know various techniques. I don't have the cloth to make a dress or anything. I suppose my own gown will have to do, to show my skill with plain work." I sighed at this. My gown was an uninspiring brown color and not new. "I see." Shardis nodded thoughtfully. "What do you require to make more embroidery?" "Just some time," I shrugged. "I have some linen and a lot of yarn and embroidery floss in my pack." I looked at him in dismay. "My pack!" "Your pack is right over there," he reassured me, pointing with a long claw. "Oh, thank you." "You are welcome. Take all the time you need. I shall not charge you for bed and board, as your people say. And when you're ready, I shall take you to the king's seat myself." He nodded his great head. "A thousand thank yous," I said, tears pricking my eyes. Then a thought struck me. "But why are you being so kind to me?" I tried to keep suspicion out of my voice and simply sound humble. Is he trying to catch me off guard or fatten me up for better eating? "Perhaps to prove to you that we dragons are not all as bad as the bards would make us out to be," he said with an airy wave of one foreleg. "Perhaps because I miss my alchemist friend." He strolled over to one of the large windows and gazed intently at it. The scene it depicted a young woman in a green gown playing a harp while a dragon wheeled overhead. "Perhaps because something about you reminds me of a fair dragoness I once knew long ago," he finished, more somber tone. "Oh, thank you." I went over to my pack and began to lay out my embroidery floss and needles. I was starting to feel hungry, but ignored it. When my stomach growled loudly, however, Shardis laughed and went to another chamber. He came back with an immense wheel of cheese and a basket of apples. Putting aside my scales, I let the dragon show me how to impale the fruit and chunks of hard cheese onto a stick. I held the stick away from me, and he used the barest trickle of a flame to toast our food. We feasted until I thought I would burst. Then Shardis settled himself down in the middle of the room and to contemplate his windows, and I began my sampling set. A few hours later, we heard Finuel call from the pool, insisting that Shardis give Azart a talking to. Shardis and I rolled our eyes in unison, and then he began to sing and drown out the sound of the dark barking dogs. In a great voice, the gold dragon sang "The Ballad of Gilla and the Fair Youth of Trin," a song my father often sung in the evening. Tears pricked my eyes. I bent over my sewing. The piece I was working on was meant to be a curling vine, but in my mind it was a sinuous curve of a dragon's tail. And that is the end of the chapter 4, right? Yeah. Give me a second, I need a drink. Alright. Mm-hmm. Like I said, the book is good. It does take a bit to get into. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm getting my drink really quickly and then I'll continue. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. A Cave-like Home. I slept that night with a fresh pile of leaves and branches in the main chamber of Shardis' lair. The next morning I woke stiff and groggy, with hair like a bottle brush, and my gown sadly creased. "You look awful," Shardis said. "Thank you," I muttered. There was roast pig and a bowl of strawberries the size of a washtub sitting on the floor in the middle of the chamber. Still half asleep, I ate berries and pork and tried to get my bearings. Shardis attempted to make conversation, and when I replied with only grunts, he gave up. After breakfast, during which he ate most of the pork and all but a handful of the strawberries, stems and all, he took me down to the passageway into another cave. "It will refresh you, I hope," he said. The floor of the chamber sloped away from the entrance of the pool into a turquoise blue water that steamed in dim light. Charles's bulk would fill the pool with only just enough room to turn around. It was still bigger than the pond I had learned to swim in at home. The water is quite hot for humans, though I enjoy it, Sharda said. If you do not get too close to the middle, I think you will find it comfortable enough. Is it a natural hot spring? Oh, yes, there are many such in this land. Not around Carliff Town. You don't spend enough time in caves, then. That is why we dragons come to Faravel at the beginning. So many deep caves with air vents and hidden pools. He gave a great sigh, rippling the water. Even Millen the First couldn't get rid of us entirely. With that, he left me to bathe. I ran back down the passage and fetched my pack. There was a little nub of soap tied to a spare handkerchief and a clean set of underthings in the bottom of my pack. Keeping the edges of the pool as suggested, I scrubbed myself clean. My straight hair was horribly tangled, and I broke 2 teeth off my comb working through it. Then I took the rest of the soap and scrubbed the dirt and sweat out of my back gown and laid it over a rocky outcropping to dry. Having nothing else to wear, I crept back down the passageway with a shawl draped over my underthings. I sat and sewed with the shawl around me until the heat of the pool had dried my gown enough to make it wearable again. After our lunch of peaches and mutton, Chardas asked if I would like to have a proper sleeping chamber, and I gave a heartful nod. He took me down the passage that led to Geratin's old workroom. On the far side of the laboratory, there was a curtain opening too, small to admit Chardas. Shifting the curtain aside, I found a small sleeping chamber, thick with dust. I have not been able to clean it, Chardas said, his great voice heavy with regret. I tried reaching in with the cloth to dust from time to time, but it was too awkward. I see. Stepping inside the room, I walked around slowly. There was a bed and a heavy carved wood and a lacquered chest. The bed coverings looked to not only be dusty, but also disintegrating from age. The rug that covered the rough stone floor was more like holes than cloth. Shelves that had carved into the wall on them were books with spines faded from age and use. Or of Geratin's alchemical books, Chardas explained. I'll clean them off and put them in the laboratory, I said. Thank you. Charles provided me with some of the clothes he used to shine his windows, and I set to work. I carried out rotten bedding and rugs, and Charles gathered them up and took them away. When he came back a few hours, he had a collection of blankets held carefully in his claws. I'll find you a new rug tomorrow, perhaps, he told me. Where did you get these? I held up the blankets. They smelled freshly laundered, and 2 of them were still damp. Charles scraped on the stone wall beside his head and took the tip of the blue horns. Oh, I found them. He looked like a little boy who had stolen a pie. Where did you find them? Hanging on a clothesline near some farms, he confessed in a rush. Chardas! I was shocked. You stole these! I only took 1 from each clothesline, he argued. There were 4 blankets. That meant there were 4 farmer wives wondering just what had happened to the blankets they had washed and left to dry in the spring sunshine. But you stole them! Then the thought struck me. The food we've been eating, the fruit and the meat. You stole them didn't you? Thought of my father working so hard to make our farm a success. Imagining a dragon swooping down and denuding our fields made me feel sick. No, it's not like that. Chardas assured me. He reached through the doorway into the little bed chamber, as though thinking to pat my head or the back of his claws, and then withdrew without touching me, then looking guilty. What is it like? I was torn. I really liked Chardas, and I was deeply flattered that a dragon would want to please me in this way, but having been raised on an impoverished farm, the idea of stealing was more than I could bear. I only go to very, very prosperous farms. Lots of buildings in good repair, farmhands bustling around, and I take very, very little. A single blanket, which I haven't done since Geratin died. A claw full of peaches. The pig was wild. I caught it here in the forest. The sheep was astray. That suited me to a certain extent. Oh, well, I suppose the food is all right then. But maybe you should take some of these blankets back. I'm afraid I wouldn't know which farm I had gotten which blanket from, he admitted. It does get cold in these caves at night. For humans. You're certainly right about that. Last night, after pulling my shawl down around me and putting on my winter stockings, I had still shivered. No wonder I had woken up out of sorts. Aside from waking up in the lair of a dragon, I mean. At last, I accepted the blankets, though. I politely refused the rug for the floor. Most of my days would be spent in the window room, I argued, where it would be warm and there would be better light to sew by. After that, I stopped asking where Chardas got her food, and he never told me. But soon I learned to trust and respect him, and I was comforted by the fact that his gentle soul would not allow him to ruin a family's livelihood. And so, as stitch after stitch found its way, placed on the handkerchiefs and swatches I embroidered, our days fell into a routine. Chartis with his windows, and I with my embroidery, sat together companionably for hours while the light fell through the jewel-like glass panes and made patterns on the floor of the cave. Though I missed Hagen, and sometimes found myself choking back tears as I thought of my parents, I didn't miss life on our farm. It was delightful to sit and embroider all day without having to worry about wasting candles or getting my chores done. There was no scrawny cow to milk, no chickens to peck at me as I tried to gather their eggs. My aunt's shrill voice was nowhere to be heard, and the depressing sight of the wilting potato vines did not greet me when I went outside to relieve myself. After only 2 weeks, I had to admit it. I had never been so happy. And that is the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The King's Seat. When a month had passed in the pleasant harmony with Chartis, however, I felt I should leave. I had woven 4 sashes and had a respectable sampling of my work exhibited on a number of handkerchiefs and linen squares. Since I had more thread than cloth, I had even decorated the hem, neckline, and sleeves in my own gown, with stylized floral patterns I copied from Chartis's windows. I kept nervously asking him if he thought it would be enough of a reference for a future employer, and he replied quite honestly every time that he had no idea. I soon stopped asking. Are you certain you want to do this? Now Chartis was the one asking repetitive questions as we prepared for a short journey to the King's Seat. I have to, was my automatic reply, as I packed my things and made ready to leave. I would be arriving at the King's Seat in grand style aboard the back of a mighty gold-scale dragon. Not that anyone would ever know. Chartis would leave me outside to carry gates, just outside the city gates just before dawn to avoid being seen. When the guards opened the gates in the day, they would find me waiting there, pretending to have walked in from the country. Packing my things made me sad. I would miss Chartis, and it had been wonderful to have a room all to myself. I had reveled in the freedom of rising late, lingering in the steaming bathing pool, and eating as much as I liked. Making my sampling set had been a thrill as well, because for once I was doing things I liked, not the patterns that my mother assigned me, copied from dull, squarish designs that the ladies of Carla favored. I liked to think that Chartis appreciated my company as well. We would talk for long hours as I embroidered. Sometimes he would sing strange dragon songs, or human ballads and hymns. I would return the favor by reciting the epic poems popular in Carliv. He had once asked me to join him in a duet. In a blush, I confessed that I had no singing voice to speak of. He completed the sewing I was working on and chose another song. And then there were the times when we both sat in silence, watching the light shift through the gorgeous panes of Chartis's windows and thinking of our own thoughts. We also liked eating the peaches and watching the moons rise from atop the hill that housed his lair. If I hadn't been so scared of the prospect of flying, or worse, falling, I think I would have been embarrassed, weepy as we climbed the top of the hill. We had decided to take off 4 hours before dawn from the top of the wooden hill at the house the Chartis's lair. The hill never looked as big from the outside as it felt on the inside, and I mused aloud just about how long it would take to excavate a hill burrowing deep enough to provide such large chambers within. An hour, perhaps 2, Chartis said in a offhand way. He scanned the skies. He was looking for the telltale smoke to tinker on bandit fires, in order to plot a course that would... Sorry. He was looking for the telltale smoke of tinker and bandit fires in order to plot a course that would take us over the last traveled areas of the forest. What? I said. You don't think I spent months digging it out with my claws, do you? He turned his attention to me with amusement. And your eyes are playing tricks. It really is bigger on the inside than on the outside. Humming to himself in a satisfied way, he picked up my bundle and hunched his shoulder so that I could clamber up. Oof, sorry. Scrambling up the side of the dragon was not easy as I had thought. For one thing, Chartis's gleaming scales were very slick, and some of the edges were sharp. For another, my gown and slippers had not been made for dragon riding. By the time I settled myself between 2 of his neck ridges, my cheeks were hot, my hair was coming unbraided, and my gown was uncomfortably twisted around. I settled as best I could. Are you all right? Chartis asked. My alchemist friend was much more grateful at mounting. Well, la for him, I replied testily, as I clutched the neck ridge in front of me and gritted my teeth. Whenever you're ready. Almost before I could finish speaking, Chartis leaped into the air. His enormous wings unfolded with the snap of his wet silk being shaken out, and we soared upward. My stomach rose into my throat, and I squeezed my eyes shut. I invoked all three gods and promised that I would enter a hermitage for life if they would just let me live through this. I'd thought it would be easy to ride a dragon, but found that I had to concentrate on holding tight to the spiny ridge in front of me, clamping the sides of Shardus's neck with my legs, and not being sick all over the both of us. He carried my bundle for me, and I wouldn't have to worry about losing it mid-flight. I thanked the Trinity that no one would be able to see me in my skirts, hiked up and my teeth chattering from fright. Wind rushed past my face, and my stomach settled back where it belonged. Surprisingly, there was little movement and no sound other than the wind. I cracked open my eyes. Then the other. Shardus's wingspan was so great that he glided through the air as smoothly as an eagle. I had imagined a more unwieldy, frantic motion, but I should have realized that after centuries of practice, the gold dragon would be an expert flyer. I stared upward in amazement. The stars didn't appear to be moving at all, yet when I looked down, the moon's silvered forest was rushing past at a dizzying rate. It was disconcerting, but not unpleasant. "Hello, Kenny." We soared higher so suddenly that my sweaty hands slipped off the ledge in front of me. Fortunately, Shardus's neck... Damn. I'm just gonna finish this chapter. I am reading a book. Yes, you can see the book that it is on the cover. On the page here, it's called Dragon Slippers by Jessica Day George. Yeah, he is loud. Let me see, where was I? I stared upward in amazement. The stars didn't appear to be moving at all, yet when I looked down, the moon-silvered forest was rushing past at a dizzying rate. It was disconcerting, but not unpleasant. We soared higher so suddenly that my sweaty hands slipped off the ridge in front of me. Fortunately, Shardus's neck was wide enough that I didn't fall. Instead, I threw my arms wide and closed my eyes again, pretending that I was a dragon, and that I was alone who flew over the forest. I opened my eyes and let out an exhilarated whoop of joy. A vibration shook my legs. Shardus was laughing at me. I whooped again, my arms still flung wide, and he swooped left and right with a leisurely fashion, glided down the top of trees with his claws, and flew higher until I felt that I could reach up on either hand and grab hold of a moon. And then it was over. We were standing on the wide, paved highway a half a mile or so from the gates of the mighty King's Seat. Even in the wee hours before dawn. Yep. Before dawn, there was many lanterns and candles alight in the city, that I could no longer see the stars, and the moon seemed sickly and dim. I had known that the King's Seat was the largest city in Fairyvale, but I had not been prepared for what that truly meant. The construction of stone and wood before me was vaster than I had ever could have imagined. In the darkness I could hardly see it all of it. My legs quaked from nervousness and after effects of keeping my seat on Shardus's back. I had better go. The guards might see me, Shardus said, but his reluctance was clear in his voice. "Please, be careful." "I will." I hefted my bundle until my arms scuffing the road awkwardly with one blue slipper. "And you be careful with the migration and everything," I said. "We'll be fine, despite Finuel's annual hysterics," Shardus assured me, and we both chuckled. Finuel has bespoken Shardus through the enchanted pool nearly every day that I had been in the gold dragon's lair. Between his frustration with his dogs, I managed to count roughly 20, but Azar seemed to be the most trouble. His fears that this year something would go horribly wrong with the migration, he was grating on Shardus's nerves and mine. "You may call me if you need help," Shardus said. "Please promise me that you will." "Thank you. I shall certainly do so," I said with polite puzzlement. "But how?" I wondered if he would give me some sort of enchanted water pot or something, and worried that it might attract too much attention. "Simply call out my name, and I will hear you and come," Shardus said. His large muzzle opened as though he were about to say something else, but then closed again with a snap of his jaws. "I will hear you." And with that, he leaped into the air and glided away, leaving me blinking dust from my eyes and waving sadly. I shouldered my burden and trudged up the road to the gate, then sat on neatly tended grass beside the road to wait for dawn and the opening of the gates. Just before dawn, a cart carrying wicker cages of geese came along the highway. I slipped into the city in its wake, letting the honking and flapping of flying feathers distract the guards. Anyone might enter the king's seat, but the guards took down the number of people in the party, their business, and ultimate destination. Not wanting to admit that I had no idea where I was going, I stood near an exhausted young gooseherd and let them put me down as one of that group. The driver of the cart looked at me curiously as I just shrugged. It wasn't my fault the guards were lax. And it was then that things got complicated. I didn't know where to find work as a seamstress or fancy worker. The tired gooseherd only knew where the poultry market was, and the cart driver shrugged and spat when I asked if he could give me a ride to the clothes worker district. Never seen it, never cared to, he grunted, slapped the reins of his mule team to walk on. The broad central street of King Street stretched away before me. If I kept walking along it, I would eventually come to Gillette Square, where the two palaces were, or so I had been taught in school. But the walk from the gates to Gillette Square was take several hours, as I had also been taught. I started up the street, away, hoping that the clothes worker district branched off the main thoroughfare. The King's Seat sloped gently uphill, toward the palaces, but after an hour of walking, it felt more like a mountain. I had passed a number of inns, but didn't have any money to buy food or drink or a bed. I passed cattle markets and horse auctions, and the glassblowers district. There were but no seamstresses, no weavers or dryers or cloth workers of any kind. In the next inn I passed, the innkeeper's wife was industriously sweeping the front steps, and I stopped to ask the way to the clothes market. Just in from the country, are you? She paused and leaned her beefy forearms on the broom. Yes, good mistress. I'm looking for a place as a fancy worker. I held out my sleeve to show my decorations I had shown there. Well then, be off with you and your country fancy work, she sneered, and swept a cloud of dust straight at me. I ran, trying to keep away from the worst of it. My cheeks burning with embarrassment and my eyes smarting with tears, the sound of her raucous laughter. What was I, a little Creole of Carliftown, looking in the King's Seat? Did I really think that my crude provincial skills were wanted here in the city? I kept on going because I had nowhere else to go, but I didn't ask for directions again. 3 hours when I hadn't seen anything that looked like the cloth workers' district, and yet still was nowhere near the palaces. I turned down one of the side streets, my fingers crossed that it would lead where I wanted to go. I passed the market that sold all sorts of exotic fruits and vegetables, and even more exotic animals for fine ladies to keep as pets. They were fantastically plumed birds and brown bears with no higher than my knee, and little black monkeys with wild manes and white hair that could fit in a pocket. When I stopped to gape at the last creatures, the trader displayed them, smiled at me kindly. He had a very brown face and very white teeth, and wore a strange conical blue hat. I dared to ask him if he knew the way I wanted to go, but he merely smiled and shook his head. Please? My voice wavered a little from tiredness and frustration. Galmato, the man replied, shaking his head again. Across the way, the man selling bright-colored feathered birds called out, You don't speak the language, matey. I turned around, hope rising in my breast, to address the friendly-looking bird seller. Sir, do you know the way to the cloth workers' district? Aye, that I do. I come here so I don't have to shout. You're a fair way off. As I took up an eager step toward him, I tripped over what had to be the world's smallest dog. And that is the end of chapter 5, right? No, 6. That is the end of chapter 6, I believe. Or no, 5. It is 5, I think. Let me stop. It's the end of the chapter. It doesn't tell you what the chapter was. Yeah, chapter 6. So we're on to chapter 7. I could read one more chapter, just so she... Well, actually, I think it takes 2 chapters to get to actually her getting work. It was good. All right, I'm just asking you. Yeah, like I said, it's actually a really good book. There's a 3 in it. This is a trilogy. Of books. I recommend it heavily. As I said, though, do we want to do 1 more or 2 more chapters? Just so that we can maybe get to the point where... 1 more? Alrighty. 1 more chapter, and then I think I'm going to probably finish up for the night. But, 7 chapters, that's not bad, right? Chapter 7. The Princess's Pippin. Watch where you're going, you horrible cow! The voice snapped at me over the sound of the small dog yipping with pain. Oh, I'm so sorry. I looked at the young woman standing behind me and then down at the little animal I had stepped on. The girl had a cascade of brown curls falling from a coronet of stiffened silken ribbons, and her brown eyes were narrowed in anger. Blah, blah, blah. The dog was white and barely larger than a bedroom slipper. Its large hair was tied up with a lavender bow at the top of its head, revealing 2 round black eyes and a small brown nose. In contrast to its mistress, the dog wagged a long plumed tail at me, in greeting, apparently already recovered from its being trod upon. Pippin, Pippin, darling, come here! The owner shrilled, holding on her manicured hands to the dog. Let Mummy see if that nasty big present hurt my darling. But Pippin didn't want to be comforted. She wanted to smell my shoes. That done, she trotted over to the monkey cellar and stood with her hind legs to get a better look at the little black and white creatures. Pippin! The girl's voice was sharp now. Come here to Mummy now, right now. Pippin seemed to sigh and slowly wandered back over to her mistress, giving a casual stretch rather like a cat before condescending to being picked up. Her mummy fussed over her for several seconds, looking for any sign of injury, while I stood red-faced and stammering over again and over again how sorry I was. You're very lucky, you country cow, that you didn't break one of my Pippin's little paws, the girl sniffed at me. She costs more than your family's entire farm, I'm sure. I'm so very sorry, I said, the 1000th time, bristling at being called a country cow. I truly didn't see her. Well, how could you? In that great dragging old-fashioned gown with those huge boats for feet, the girl sneered. I got a better look at what she was wearing, and my heart sank. She was right. My gown was old-fashioned, or at least dreadfully countrified. While I wore a single long gown with a fitted bodice and a flaring skirt, all of one piece, she elegantly dressed in layers of skirts that had been pinned up at the front to reveal such successive garment. Her bodice had been the look of a tightly fitted jacket over a foamy white shift. There was embroidery along the neckline and in the long panels on her skirt, though. I gave it a quick scan, and saw there was nothing I couldn't do. How dare you stare at me in that way? The rich girl stomped her own pink slippered foot. Who's your mistress? I'll have you fired at once. First you try to kill my precious Pippin, then you boggle me with your horrible country eyes. I'm sorry, I mumbled, looking down at my dragging country skirts. What more did she want from me? Do you know who I am? No, I muttered. No? No what? What? I looked up at her and blinked again. Did she want me to call her mistress? We were the same age, as near as I could guess. She looked over one shoulder and screeched something in a strange tongue. 4 hulking brutes in scarlet tunics and heavy swords, belted at their hips, stepped forward. I hadn't even noticed them before, since all my attention had been focused on the dog and its excitable mistress. She pointed her finger at me and babbled some more in the foreign language, and one of the brutes pulled a length of cord at its belt to a pouch, while the other made to grab my arm. I dodged out of his reach for a wild moment. I considered knocking over a cage of monkeys to create a diversion. Hey! I yelled. What's going on? You need to be taught a lesson, the girl said. I say, what's all this? A tall and fairly good-looking young man in a rich green velvet doublet and a leather riding breeches stepped forward. He frowned at me, then at the girl. What's the to-do, Amalia? This great peasant tried to kill my poor Pippin, the girl said in a voice that suddenly sounded like this poor peasant tried to kill my poor Pippin, the girl said in a voice that suddenly sounded on the verge of tears. She pulled out a dainty handkerchief and stuffed it to it. As it wafted past the dog's face, poor Pippin tried to bite it. Thought he had crushed my sweet doggie, and then she said rude things to me. I did not. I was astonished at this turn of events. She had gone from being shrill and demanding to weepy and victimized in a matter of seconds, and I liked dogs, even small fussy ones, and felt quite bad for stepping on Pippin. I say, the wealthy young man turned gray eyes on me, looking stern. What is the meaning of this? Is it true that you accosted Princess Amalia and attempted to kill her dog? I didn't even know how to answer. But Princess Amalia, I stammered finally. She's a princess? I shook my head to clear it, remembered some Carliff town gossip. The crown prince had been engaged to marry a foreign princess. Oh dear. Yes, she's a princess. The young man drew himself up stiffly and stared at me. The Princess Amalia of Roulaine. He looked at my clothes. Just in from the country. He relaxed a little. I blushed. Was it so obvious that I was a total bumpkin? But not so backward that I didn't realize who this young man was. If the shrill girl was a princess, Amalia, then this richly dressed young youth must be Crown Prince Milan. Yes, Your Highness, I murmured politely, making a small curtsy, as my mother had taught me. Forgive me, this is my first day in the king's seat, and I did not recognize the princess. I didn't mean to step on her dog, truly, I didn't. There! The prince gave me a patronizing smile. Very prettily said. You see, Amalia? He turned to face his betrothed. She didn't mean any harm. He waved his hand to the brutes guarding the princess. Pippin looks quite all right as well. It seemed a bit much to me that the princess needed 4 enormous men to guard her on one simple shopping trip, and I didn't remark on it. Who was I to know the ways of royalty, particularly foreign royalty? Little dog was watching all this with bright black eyes, and didn't seem to even remember having been stepped on. He looked very much like he would prefer to being on the ground, investigating the black and white monkeys being squeezed over by her royal mistress. Well, I think she did it on purpose, the princess said, refusing to be mollified. If you ever come near me again, I'll set my guards on you. She shook her fist at me. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I forced myself to say. What I really wanted to do was slap that silly wench, royal or no, but I was sure I would be spending the rest of my life in the dungeon if I did. The princess whirled around and stormed off, her guards and the crown prince in tow. I breathed a sigh of relief. After I had calmed myself, I turned to ask the bird seller the way to the cloth district. Please go away, he said uneasily, refusing to meet my eyes. But you said... I don't want any trouble, matey, the man said, and shook a gesture at me, still not meaning to meet my gaze. Can't someone please just point me toward the cloth workers' district? I looked around at the other exotic pet sellers, who busied themselves with cleaning cages and tangling leashes. The brown man with the black and white monkey smiled back, though. I grabbled something I didn't understand. Please? I tugged my cloth. I raised my eyebrows at the monkey seller, trying to mine what he wanted. What I wanted. Dorfath, he said merrily, and pointed down the street the direction I had come. Dorfath! Thank you. I marched up in that direction, hoping he knew what he was talking about. And that is the end of chapter 7. Ooh. Oh yeah, Knight, you said you felt like this is a book you've probably read. You probably have, as this book is nearly 20 years old at this point. Will be in 3 years. Because it is from 2007. Yep. Gotta love it. I mean, as I've said, it's a good book. And I mean, it definitely gets... I mean, it gets a bit of a lull in a few chapters, but then it gets very exciting by the end. Honestly, I quite like it. Well, like I said, this is the first of 3 books. But, about Creel. That's the girl. Let's see. What are the things you might... other things that happen... Obviously, you've got all the dragons. And the slippers and all that, but... and there's 2 princes. Obviously, we just met the first one, but there are, in fact, 2. So, I mean, that's something to remember about it. It's not too important that there's 2 princes, just because she just hasn't mentioned it yet. Fair enough. I mean, fair enough. Like I said, there are lulls in it. Like, she gets a job, and then eventually, like, in, like, 2 or 3 chapters. I think in, like, let me see. I would hazard... 2 more chapters. By, like, the chapter 9, it looks... I think she's already got her job. In fact, I believe she meets the other prince in, like, the next chapter. Yeah. So that's like how close we are to having it be like 2, but Also, I mean, with her, with Jessica Dejoy's writing style, there's other books she's written that you might recognize more likely. That's very similar, kind of like there's Princess of the Midnight Ball. In fact, it kind of, if you like, even though this book came first, like you can hear like the slippers that are being referenced, kind of like if you've read, it would be or the other shoes. Some of them like definitely match up to like the kind of shoes that would be in the other books. Interestingly enough, even though those books obviously weren't written, so it's not like it's like a little nod to those books or anything, because it it came those books came second. Other than for like the second and third books, I believe the second book came out after the first. The Midnight Ball was written, but yeah, they're obviously in this one. There's dragons and all. Yeah, her style is writing. You, in fact, you mentioned one of her books last time. I'm pretty sure the one the it was like it's the like the stars, the sun, and the moon. Oh, you were saying it's like from the east or something was the title. The last time I read, I mean. Um, but that would have probably been another one of her books as well, since it was another one of those well, fairy tales turned into like a new story kind of thing, or given. Yeah, not sure if it definitely is, but like it potentially is. It sounded like one of hers. I have on the shelves, in fact. Um, but yeah, literally like. These are really good though, and honestly, again, it's one of those books that it's like, in the past I would have given anything. No, I asked which one I should do today, and then I also mentioned that my sister was like I should read this one, and people wanted me to read this one. I'm willing to do Ranger's Apprentice as well. We'll have a couple of different book options for whenever, because you know we got different things going on. Um, but yeah, I was just saying those. This is one of those books where it's like in the past I'd have given anything for this to be like to get like a movie. Yeah, that rotation. But nowadays I'd be very nervous about what they would do. Yeah, with it, you know, which is sad. Like it's the kind of thing where it's like it shouldn't be like, but I mean, just look what they do with anything else that has a female protagonist. Like, and you don't even need like to do anything. She's already an interesting character on her own. Going, I don't want the knight to save me because I don't want to marry this knight. Seymour's actually is going, I don't think he wants to marry me either. And technically she is right, because like, I believe in the second book it does confirm that the Lord's son was he had a girl he had his eye on. Um, obviously wasn't her. From what I remember. Because he does reappear again. Or maybe it was the third. It was either the second or third book, but yeah. So she was right in going, you don't want to date, you don't want to marry me, and I don't want to marry you. So let's both just pretend this never happened. But like I said, it's actually really, it's like, you know, it's like, this is the kind of thing people could do, you know? It's the kind of thing where it's like, it'd be an amazing movie. All the dragons. You got so many amazing dragons. You got Finuel, you got the... I'm trying to remember what because I'm trying to remember what Marcelin's horde was. Like, I know it was discussed in the I think it was the second book what he collected, but I don't think it was discussed in the first book because obviously the hordes for the most part they aren't that important. You do have to love. Why do you collect dogs? I don't. Because they're cute. Basically, I mean that's Finuel in a nutshell. um. Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was saying. I think it is discussed because I think it was important in the second book. Yeah. But it is, it does, like, it will go in and it'll discuss, like, different, like, the different hordes, obviously, and they're each like, very unique, and they're just, like, different items and things. They're like, I like this kind of thing. I think they're cool. Check out my collection. And then the other dragons go, sure, right, that's great, but check out my collection. And it'll be something like, heck, in fact, yeah, he does know. Yeah, and he wasn't. He was like, he's behind the computer, away from the mic. But yeah, and actually, like, the next outfit I'm doing for this, I actually kind of based off one of the like the dresses that she makes later on in the book, because I mean, it is kind of plot relevant, but I will. It's a bit spoilery. It's not too important, but she eventually makes a dress with a yeah, he does. What I was gonna say is that the next but basically she makes a dress, and it looks like a that's just one thing that happens like a lot throughout the next couple books. But she makes dresses that look like they have stained glass on the cloth, and I'm kind of basing like my next one of these for the next sub goal, right? That's the one I'm working on. And obviously, because of the way Reward works, it's not easy to do. Woo. But yeah, I mean, that's part of where I'm like, yeah, I actually didn't mind reading this one, because while you aren't going to completely understand, you kind of... But yeah, it's a... Yeah. Oh, I know, I have figured it out at this point. It's just that's what took so long on it. I've been trying to figure out how to do things and all that, and it's also because, as I've said before, since I'm not, like, utilizing a tablet or anything, I'm just literally drawing it on the computer. It's like using MS Paint. Like, literally all of these outfits, I'm basically doing the equivalent of 3D MS Paint. Then that makes this all the more fascinating that I'm able to succeed at all. At them. Yeah. And beyond that, I have to figure out, I have to be very careful, because, like, for, like, this one, for example, and a lot of the dresses, the skirts, or the dress to use to try to make the skirt, has a little bow that it will, like, no. It has, like, a little bow at the front that's like, I don't really want that, but if I'm just trying to draw on the model, it'll always try to do that there. It's just like, no, I don't want that. Yeah. So that should make this even more impressive that I've got anything looking halfway decent. Although it ends up just being mostly block color because of that. I probably could, like, copy the thing, transfer it to my phone, draw there, and transfer it back or something, but it just seems like it'd be a lot of pain in the butt. I mean, I like using viewer. Other than the outfits, it's not hard to do. You know? It's mostly understandable. Well, I mean, the hair's a little off too, but that's a different issue. So, I mean, I don't mind using it, and I mean, I would do, but it's just... I'm gonna have to eventually figure out how to transfer it over to, like, my phone so that I can just really work on it. And obviously also because of the way the lighting works on everything. You have to make the shading yourself, because it otherwise doesn't look like it's got shading at all. So, you know, I also have to focus on all of that. It's actually pretty surprising, like, how much detail I've had to put into this thing. And I've done for like things you've never even looked at because it's just so out of the way, like my shoes. I actually dedicate the time to actually making them look halfway decent, even though you're never going to see the shoes for the most part. Because I'm a perfectionist. And they will look good. But yeah, that's the real answer. But like I said, the next one is mostly done. But it is... That's what it's based off of. So I didn't mind reading... Thank you. But that's why I didn't mind, like, reading a little bit. Because it is, like... Eventually, it's like, whenever that one comes out, it's like... A little understanding. I mean, obviously you're not really going to understand it all. And it's not really going to matter because it looks pretty anyway. But just, like... I love it. But yeah, as it goes through the whole book, I mean, obviously she gets to becoming an apprentice dressmaker and all that, and if you want a spoilery summary for what basically happens next, I could describe it. Sure. Or for the book, I mean. Here we'll spin. Basically, the next bit of the book, quite a bit obviously, but Creel will... She'll get her job at the dress shop, fall in love with the prince, and potentially either save or destroy the kingdom. Based on her actions. Also shoes. Well, I mean, the shoes are important. Literally, if you look at listen to the actual summary, the summary of the book was, many stories tell of damsels in distress who are rescued from the clutches of a fire-breathing dragons by knights in shimmering armor and swept off to live happily ever after. Unfortunately, this is not one of those stories. True, when Creel's aunt suggests sacrificing her to the local dragon, it is with the hope that the knight will marry Creel and that everyone, aunt and family included, will benefit handsomely. Yet it's Creel who talks her way out of the dragon's clutches, and it's Creel who walks for days on to seek her fortune in the king's city, and only a bit of embroidery thread and a strange pair of slippers in her possession. But even Creel could not have guessed the outcome of this tale, for in a country on the verge of war, Creel unknowingly possesses not just any pair of shoes, but a tool that could be used to save her kingdom, or destroy it. Yeah. That's literally the actual summary. So when I say she could either save or destroy the kingdom. And shoes. Because of shoes. I feel like, though, even at this point, you kind of would get the idea of what's going on with the shoes if you're really paying attention. You know? Like, if you think about it. Like, there's little hints throughout, but obviously it doesn't, outright state it to, like, near the end. But with context clues, they're... Yeah. Well, I mean, not necessarily, because the hints are kind of, like... I can tell you some of them, just like Shardus going, I had no choice. When he was asked about dropping the window and stuff, I mean... But it's easy to ignore that, because it's like, yeah, it's not important to Creel. And it doesn't change the rest of the story, by the way. The rest of the story is not too spoiled by that. It is a context clue put in there. Heck, the fact that every dragon goes, those shoes? You want those shoes? Or he gave you those shoes? And then the big thing about those slippers, I'm not revealing, because that is a major spoiler, I feel like. The implication that they have something to do with the dragons and stuff is obviously all the way down the line. But, yeah. But honestly, I do recommend, like, just about any one of her books. Other books she's written... I don't know what her most recent series is, but I know she also wrote a series called Tuesdays at the Castle. Always fun. That's more my sister's thing than mine, but, you know, still. But yeah. It's a good book. And it's one of those ones where it's like, it's a shame that back in the day it didn't get a movie. But at this point, I feel like, if nothing else, it'd be super disappointing as a movie. Simply because they'd find ways to ruin it. I mean, even the Minecraft movie cannot save itself. You know? I'm just saying. I feel like a book, like a series like this, could not. You know? Which is a shame. Because it's a good book. It's a good storyline. And yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of little context clues throughout the whole thing that it's just, I feel like they just muck up and ignore. Which is a shame, because it is good. That is true. I'm just saying with, like, the current stuff. Especially when you look at it, you know, and it's just like... I think they could have done better. Yep. Exactly. If nothing else, they'd make the dragons look horrible. And that would just be... Yeah. And watch, they probably also remove the scene with... Even though, ironically, it's her going, I don't need to be saved. Obviously, it's like, you know they'd remove it because they'd be like, oh... It's just like... But... Well, I'm more saying because it's like... Especially for something like this, where the whole thing is kind of important. Like, the way the dragons look and everything are described to be. I feel like it'd just be very disappointing to have it be... Because... I mean, I think the biggest thing is I wouldn't want it to be live action. And you know they would make it live action. And just... I feel like this would be a good one to be animated. There you go. They like whatever they do live action dragons, it looks so bad. I think it'd be good animated though. Maybe they could do them as like a series or something either, but it's just, yeah, I don't think it would be. But yeah, like I said, I love the book. It's pretty good. Yeah, that's true. Do you not know what? Have you never? I don't recommend it. It's bad. I mean, they did all sorts of bad things there, but like beyond that, the Dragon CGI was just bad. And it was questionable. Like, the whole thing is like, how do you mess up that bad on a book that was actually quite good? But, I mean, that's how movie makers go, you know? I mean, like I said, that's why I'm a bit of a manga snob. If I see a movie, I'm like, I probably should go read the book. If there's a book, just because it's like... Otherwise, it's just like, this is definitely not the best version it could be. But, yeah, like I said, I honestly... I would not want to see one. Which is a shame. Like, I would want to see it, but I wouldn't, you know? Like, I'd want to see it because it's one of my favorite books, but... Knowing how so often it goes with books, I would not want to see them do what they do. with the book. Because I feel like that would just be disappointing. That is my answer, you know? I think that's what I really am left with. And it's not like I'm like, just, yeah. Yep, I would want to see it, but at the same time, I would dread it greatly because I'd be like, what did they do to it? What have they done to these wonderful characters in this beautiful setting? And like I said, I guarantee they would remove the I guarantee they'd remove the beginning scene just because they'd be like, oh, it's, I don't know, misogynistic or something. Even though in reality the whole point of the scene is it's like her whole family is in debt or is like impoverished. They have no chance of being able to survive for the most part. And her aunt is an idiot. The whole point is that her aunt is the one that came up with the idea. Everyone else is like, this is stupid. But her aunt's like, but it might work. Oh, it almost does. I mean, sort of. It would have led to a lot of deaths, but you know. It could have worked. Maybe. But yeah. Like, I feel like they'd remove that, even though it's kind of significant because it's like the whole basis of where she's coming up with her idea of how to do things and her determining, determining how to. No, I'm saying they'd remove it because they'd be going, oh, it's misogynistic for them to say she has to get married. Not that I don't need no man. I mean, that's part of the scene. I mean, I'm not saying that's the case. If you pay attention to a lot of more recent movies and things, they actually will cut out those scenes because they'll be like, oh, it's like, but that wasn't the point of the scene. Which is a shame because it's like, it's important to the story. That's more what I'm talking about, Thomas. I'm not talking like, I don't need no man thing, whatever. And that's not exactly what she's saying either. That's the other thing. Maybe she's going, I don't want to get married to him, to the Lord's son. Or rather, to be more exact, as she's going, she doesn't want to force him to have to marry someone like her. Just because there's a dragon. And she doesn't want him to die either. She doesn't know him. But if you look at a lot of modern movies, they just tend to... They probably wouldn't even have the guy even be mentioned. She just successfully gets away. Which one what? You mean which one? I mean, there's so many. That's the thing that's sad. And this is even like a couple years ago kind of thing. Like, I'm trying to think. There's at least one there was this one that I watched that was just so blatant. Heck, let's just look at the Mulan live action that Disney did, right? Or heck, just to use some really bad ones from their current time. And the Little Mermaid. They cut out scenes because they determined them in they literally cut out the kiss the girl from the Moana. Well, Moana's its own thing, but in the live action Little Mermaid, they've literally cut out the kiss the girl scene, right? Because they decided that was misogynistic, despite the fact that it's her trying to make him kiss her because she doesn't want to she needs to kiss him, right? That basically her and Sebastian and all that are tricking him into doing it, but it was determined to be because it was, but literally the director said that it was misogynistic, and therefore, because the prince is trying to get her to kiss him, even though that wasn't the case, and so they cut out the scene. And I'm using this one specifically, this is a very recent movie. Bombed in the box office, but my point is, there you go. You asked for one, and I've given you one. And heck, Mulan, they cut whole things. Like, they didn't even bother going with the original story either, but from their own movie that they were making live action out of. They cut whole sorts of things just to be like, but it's like, but it's not. It's not. And that's kind of where I'm left with. That's my point. And that's why I'm going with, I guarantee you they cut out several scenes. Heck, they probably wouldn't show her being in trouble with the princess there and being saved by the prince. Or the first prince. Again, it's just so, because that's, even though, I mean, it's just like, it's the most logical setting to have, or moment to have there if you're going to have her end up in trouble. They'd have her talk her way out of it. Because it's the ESG money that they get from like companies like BlackRock and stuff. Honestly, it doesn't sit well with fans. Notice these movies have lost more money, like especially the more that come out. It's got absolutely nothing to do with them. People that actually like the movies. No problem. I mean, they can make those movies, but it is a shame when they walk all over the original product just to make their hack job. But pretend it's the same thing. Yep. Many of these movies are from several years ago that they've been making, right? They didn't start making these movies now. They started making them 2 or 3 years ago minimum. The problem is that now they're facing the repercussions and they're stuck. They can't make new movies. That's not something that'll go fast. That'll be at least 2 or 3 years out minimum, depending. Heck, at the very minimum, you'd have a max, or rather, you'd have a minimum of a year for a movie. It's not easy to put out something like that. I mean, technically it should be. I mean, just look at any anime studio or whatever. But for something as big budget as that and how many people, because there's too many cooks in the kitchen, it happens. And notice how they had the whole thing with the... Well, I think it's more than that. Think of it like this. The writers' union and everything, right? No, those strikes that happen. They basically, one of the big things they try to force happen, right? Is they're like, they shouldn't have to go down to like 1 or 2 writers in a room. And it's like, but in a movie, more than one writer is kind of not good. You can have people who are editors, but you shouldn't have multiple writers because they're not going to all match. Heck, I mean, just think of the Disney sequel Star Wars series. It's all over the place because you have, well, too many writers. I mean, it's also bad, but beyond that, it's just like there's too many cooks in the kitchen and it causes these. But the thing is, there's only so many jobs. There's only so many things, right? And there's only so much that a company can actually pay and feel is worth paying. That's the irony. They guarantee that they'll get these jobs and all that. And then, effectively, eventually, it just puts these movies under... Or they seek, well, places without the unions, simply put, because they can't afford them. Right now, they're not doing that. And so they're still kind of suffering. And that's the irony. It's like there's a point where it becomes too much. When you look at things like that, that's how you end up start getting these movies. Because people who should be fired, well, they're union workers. They can't be fired. Literally. So instead they get moved on to other projects. Moved up the scales. All that sort of thing. It's the same with teachers. It's why good teachers tend to get fired and more often than the good ones or the bad ones, they never get rid of them because they just move them up the chain. Because, well, can't just fire them. You know? True, but that's because they don't tend to... A lot of them don't tend to be part of these unions. Because, you know, They actually they're more caring about kids. Yeah, they do compare too. But like, I literally have had several teachers who they basically could get like, they were like the best teachers ever, and then they kept getting moved into like worse and worse situations until they either quit or they just, yeah. And it wasn't even just like, and I mean, it just, that's more what I mean. The problem is that the ones that are bad, they get to stick around because trust me, most of them aren't. I mean, in California, maybe it's different, but the problem is that's California. And again, notice, like I said, that's part of the problem. All these writers, they're in these unions and everything because you're required to be in one in California. You don't have the ability to get a job without one in some of these rules. This is literally something that was being discussed. Pretty much, because of all the requirements that the unions have made of the companies. But like I said, then that means that people who are not good get to do more. They don't get fired for doing things that are universally disliked. Heck, just look at, like, just think of the Acolyte, that mess that just came out, right? And look at who the director of that was. I mean, it's just like, this is someone who in theory should probably have never worked in Hollywood again. You know? Instead, she got a job as a producer on like one of the biggest name. Well, not really anymore because they've ruined it, but you know. Yeah. Especially when you think about some things. Like yeah. Anyway. The fact is, and then she's not getting fired for that mess either. Yep. Yeah, like I said. Because they can't be fired because they're in unions. And so you can't just... Brother, to be more exact, you can't just fire them for any reason, right? Such as they're a bad teacher. And more often than not, because you don't want to deal with all the nonsense, you just move them to another position and keep them. And notice, and here's the thing, I'm not saying that unions are a bad thing overall. Let me be clear. What I'm saying is in current day, a lot of them do lead to pretty negative outcomes. Because one of their biggest things is that they're still basically... I mean, think of it like this. A good teacher doesn't necessarily take an extra cut of money. They use their own finances to get things done. So they don't really tend to have the... This is why I was using teachers. They don't tend to have the money to pay the union. Because the union doesn't protect them. Bad teachers... Well, don't know how they get that money, but they get the money to pay the union and to be able to stay in. And that's exactly how every union works nowadays. I'm not sure what laissez-faire is. I'm merely mentioning this is just something that happens with movies and stuff. And teachers. Honestly, I don't know why I'm focusing on the teachers. It's not really that important. It's just that kind of thing where I've known and seen and... Yeah. They basically just stick them in... They try to get the bad teachers to just quit. But... Obviously that's not happening because they have a cushy job. Again, it just goes back to that whole... It's the biggest thing at the end of the day is... A lot of unions are more about money than anything else. But it's not really important to the overall thing, other than the fact that it is part of why writers and producers and directors that honestly should not still have jobs still do. That's more where I was going with it. Because you can't just fire them. Or you'll have like lawsuits and stuff on your hand that you don't want. Of course, who knows? Maybe they're finally losing enough money that that's not the case anymore. But overall, the biggest thing is just... Yep, exactly. You can be terrible at your job and never be fired. Yep. I mean, obviously, if you've been... I don't think you guys have been following anything else, but, you know, certain other things as well that ensure people don't get fired along that, with that. And it's just like... Yeah. But the thing is, because they're still... Because they're still... getting the ability to do whatever they want, basically. They continue to put out bad stuff rather than getting... And then you'll see, like, people who actually are passionate and they're getting their stuff out there and they're trying their hardest, and oftentimes... I mean, yeah. And that's why I would say it's not necessarily guaranteed that a movie's just going to be bad, but... The thing is, that's part of where I look at... I mean, to some extent... His problem was more like the weight of everything collapsing because it wasn't really put together properly. But yep, exactly. I mean that's just it. Yeah, good people don't have that. It's all about where you focus on. Anyway, point being, overall, I'm just left with I don't trust a movie these days. Heck, there's amazing movies. Look, Sonic movie. Third one coming out. Looks amazing. It's probably going to be incredible. And then on the other hand, you have the Minecraft movie, which will probably be a generic... A group of people, misfits, have an issue. They find themselves in another world. The Minecraft world, specifically, in this case. And then... plot happens. And eventually they find their way back to their own world, blah blah blah. All things are good. And with current day trends, they'll find a way to somehow make even that. Yeah, that would have been, oh gosh, that would have been horrible. You know what? I guess. I say plot normal, but in the case of some of these movies, I don't know, I feel like, meh. Hello, Pixie. I'm about to finish up. I was reading today. You missed out. I read through a couple chapters of a book called Dragon Slippers. I've got the cover up here. This is the... that's not it. What does it click on? This. I was reading this book today. Hey, how you doing? Well, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these movies are... Fair enough. I'm glad to say hello. I'm about to finish, like I said. We're just discussing kind of how bad movies have gotten lately, but, you know... because I don't think that there's going to be much of a plot to the Minecraft movie. It's going to... it's going to be the generic one. It's just... It's done so often, and it's just not even going to be well done. I guarantee it. I think the biggest thing that bothers me is they went to New Zealand, right? To do all this filming. And then they're still just green screening everything. Like, why go to New Zealand to green screen? You know? For the Minecraft movie. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. I mean, I think it could have been good, but the problem is it's just like, I don't think it will be. I think it's going to end up being a case where it's like, well, we weren't really discussing that. That's just one of the examples of bad movies and why I would never want to see Dragon Slippers get a movie now. Even though in the past I would have given anything to see a Dragon Slippers movie. I was using the Minecraft movie as an example. Well, I was more meaning. Oh, I do agree they should have made an animated movie. Have you seen people have already recreated the trailer online and already in animation, and it looks so much better? Like every single one of them. And it's just like, it's not great, but at least it's cohesive. Yeah. Yep. Fair enough. I don't remember what their channels are. I saw other people discussing them, and I was showing a little bit, and it's just like I was left with, yeah. No, I mean, that alone already just does so much better. I will go sleep in a second. I'm not. Let me be clear. I'm not just. I honestly feel like with the Minecraft movie, there's going to be so many other issues. I think the fun, like when you watch some of the like anybody who's reacted to it is just like horrible. But I I watched the Captain Sparkles reaction. He mentioned how like one of the previous directors that would have potentially done it asked him how he would go about doing live action. He said he'd never do that, and that later he swore it was a coincidence, but later the director quit that project. And I was just left with, you know, I think I would quit the project too if I was told that doing Minecraft in live action can't be done. Um, like okay, but yeah, um, yeah. I think the biggest thing is that they're. Yeah. Yep. Um. I mean, that's the big thing. It's just like, see, there you go. Literally, it's like the Minecrafters. They literally went. I literally told the director that it can't be done, and then they quit. In other words, this was the poor idiot that didn't have enough sense to quit. Or the director currently is. But, well, not poor. I mean, obviously they probably got paid well, but um yeah. I just don't I think it should have been animated, absolutely. Um just because otherwise like the biggest issue I think that I've seen is the perspective. They've literally got the humans being taller than 2 blocks tall. Like on multiple occasions, and I'm like, do they understand that the blocks are each a meter tall? So you're saying that these people are basically like giants. I don't know. Anyway, I should probably let you guys go. Um, does anybody have anyone? Yeah, I'll just finish. Anyway, I hope you have a wonderful day slash night slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some For some, I guess, Sky Factory, as we'll be doing Sky Factory 4, as that was what was requested. Like I said, I hope you have a wonderful day / night, and if it is a night for you, I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. And, yeah. Bye-bye!